I've been camping since I was 6 years old. My dad was a no-frills kind of woodsman, the type of guy who thought a tent was a luxury and a sleeping bag was for the weak. By the time I was 25, I'd hiked the PCT, spent weeks in the deepest reaches of the Ozarks, and survived a winter trek in the Cascades. I tell you this not to brag, but to establish one simple fact. I am not afraid of the woods, or at least I was. I knew the sounds of the forest like a second language. I knew the difference between the snapping of a dry twig under a deer's hoof and the heavy, rhythmic thud of a black bear. I knew how the wind could play tricks in a canyon, mimicking a human voice until your brain corrected the frequency. But what happened last October in the Blackwood Range didn't have a frequency my brain could recognize. It started with a mistake, a small one, the kind of logistical error that usually just results in a cold night and a bruised ego. I had planned a 3-day solo loop through a section of the forest that had been recently reopened after a series of seasonal washouts. Because the area had been closed for so long, the trails were overgrown, reclaimed by the ferns and the creeping hemlock. I was making poor time, barely 2 miles an hour, and by 5:30 p.m., the sun was already dipping behind the jagged spine of the western ridge. In the mountains, you don't get a long, golden sunset. You get a few minutes of orange fire, and then the light is sucked out of the world as if someone flipped a switch. I realized I wasn't going to make it to the designated campsite at the creek. I was exhausted, my quads were screaming, and the air was dropping into the low 40s. I decided to make camp in a small, natural clearing about 50 yards off the main trail. It was a flat spot, sheltered by 3 massive, ancient oaks. It felt right, it felt safe. I went through the motions of my routine, tent up, bear bag prepped, and then the fire. I'm meticulous about my fires. I cleared a 5-foot radius of duff and needles, lined the pit with stones, and gathered a healthy supply of seasoned oak and pine. The wood was bone dry, snapping like glass in my hands. I struck my ferro rod once and the tinder caught instantly. Within minutes, I had a beautiful, roaring blaze. The flames were vibrant, bright oranges, deep reds, and those searing blue cores that tell you the heat is intense. That was when the first glitch happened. I was sitting on a fallen log, leaning forward to warm my hands when I noticed the shadow of my own boots. Usually, when you're that close to a fire, the light washes over everything. It dances. It creates long, flickering shadows that stretch out behind you into the trees. But as I looked down, I realized my boots weren't casting shadows at all. In fact, my feet were in total darkness. I blinked, thinking my eyes were just adjusting poorly to the contrast. I leaned closer, my face so close to the flames that I could feel the singe on my eyebrows. The fire was right there. It was hot. It was crackling with the sound of popping sap. But the light, it didn't go anywhere. It was as if the illumination was being cut off by an invisible wall exactly 6 inches from the edge of the flames. I held my hand out. When my fingers were 4 inches from the fire, they were bathed in bright, flickering orange. I moved my hand back 2 inches and it vanished. Not just dimmed, vanished. It was as if I had dipped my arm into a vat of black ink. I pulled my hand back and forth across that invisible line. Light, dark, light, dark. The forest around me should have been glowing. Even a small candle can cast a dim radius in the pitch black. But this fire, this roaring 3-foot-high bonfire, was contained within a bubble of impossible shadow. Beyond that 6-inch perimeter, the world was a solid, suffocating wall of black. I couldn't see the ground. I couldn't see the trees I knew were 10 feet away. I couldn't even see my own knees. I sat back, my heart beginning a slow, heavy thud against my ribs. I tried to tell myself it was an atmospheric anomaly. Smoke, Maybe the smoke was so thick it was absorbing the photons. No, there was no smoke. The wood was too dry. I looked up, expecting to see the stars, but the sky was gone. It wasn't cloudy, it was just empty. Then the silence hit. In the woods, silence is a misnomer. There is always the rustle of leaves, the clicking of insects, the distant groan of a branch. But this was different. This was a vacuum. The only thing I could hear was the fire, and even that sounded wrong. It sounded distant, muffled, like I was listening to a recording of a fire through a thick pillow. I reached for my headlamp, which was sitting on the log right next to me. My hand fumbled in the dark, feeling for the familiar plastic casing. I found it, clicked it on, and aimed it toward the trees. Nothing. The beam of the headlamp didn't cut through the dark. I could see the LEDs glowing on my forehead if I looked up with my eyes, but the light didn't project. It was like trying to shine a flashlight into a bucket of tar. The darkness wasn't just the absence of light. It felt like a physical substance. It felt heavy. That's when I heard the first footstep. It didn't come from the woods. It came from right beside me. A heavy, deliberate crunch of dry leaves, not 2 feet from where I sat. I froze, my breath hitched in my throat, and I felt that primal, lizard-brain spike of adrenaline that tells you to run before you even know what you're running from. I stared into the blackness where the sound had come from. I couldn't see a thing. I was sitting in a tiny circle of light, a literal target, while whatever was out there was standing in a darkness so thick it felt like a solid wall. "Who's there?" I asked. My voice sounded tiny, stripped of its resonance by the oppressive silence. No answer, just the muffled pop of the fire that wouldn't cast light. I reached out with my left hand, sweeping it through the air in the direction of the sound. My hand crossed the 6-inch threshold and disappeared into the black. I felt nothing but cold air, but as I pulled my hand back into the light, I saw something that made my stomach turn over. On the sleeve of my gray synthetic jacket, there were 5 distinct marks. They looked like soot, but they were shaped like long, spindly fingers. They were wrapped around my forearm as if someone, or something, had gently reached out and gripped me while my hand was in the dark. I didn't feel a touch. There was no pressure, just those black, greasy stains. I scrambled backward, tripping over the log and falling onto the hard-packed earth. I stayed within the tiny radius of the fire, my back pressed against the stones of the fire pit. The heat was blistering now, almost unbearable, but I didn't care. The heat was the only thing that felt real. I looked at the fire again. It was burning higher now, the flames licking 4 feet into the air, yet the darkness seemed to be pressing in even closer. The radius of light had shrunk. It was no longer 6 inches. It was 5, then 4. The fire was dying, but the wood wasn't spent. The logs were still thick, barely charred, yet the light they produced was being squeezed out of existence. I reached into my pack, my movements frantic and clumsy, and pulled out my bear spray. I held it with a white-knuckled grip, the safety tab already pulled. I didn't know what I was going to spray. I couldn't see a target, but I knew I wasn't alone. Then came the voice. It didn't come from the woods, and it didn't come from the darkness. It sounded like it was coming from inside the fire itself. It was a flat, toneless rasp, like the sound of 2 pieces of sandpaper being rubbed together. "It's not enough," the voice said. I scrambled further back, my boots kicking up dirt. "What?" I choked out. The fuel, the voice vibrated. It wasn't loud, but it felt heavy, like the darkness. "The wood is dry, but it's not the right kind of fuel. It doesn't throw the light far enough." I stared at the flames. They were turning a deep, sickly violet. The heat was gone. One second it was blistering, and the next, a soul-shunting cold began to radiate from the pit. The fire was still roaring, the flames dancing violently, but I could see frost beginning to form on the stones of the fire pit. "Who are you?" I screamed, my voice cracking. "We are the ones who wait for the light to fail," the voice replied. I heard more footsteps then, not one or two, dozens, a slow, rhythmic circling of the fire, the sound of feet dragging through the leaves closing in. I swung my headlamp around, clicking the power button frantically, but the darkness just swallowed the effort. The circle of light was now barely 3 inches wide. It was just a flickering halo around the wood itself. I realized then that the darkness wasn't just outside of me. It was moving. It was flowing over the ground like a liquid, pouring into the fire pit, dousing the violet flames not with water, but with shadow. I didn't think, I didn't plan. Every ounce of my mountain climbing experience, every bit of my survival training, vanished. I became an animal. I lunged to my feet and bolted. I didn't run toward the trail. I couldn't see the trail. I just ran away from the voice. I slammed into a tree almost immediately, the impact jarring my teeth and sending a spray of blood from my nose. I didn't stop. I bounced off the trunk and kept sprinting, my hands outstretched like a blind man. I expected to feel hands grabbing at my clothes. I expected to be tackled, but the silence had returned, and it was even more terrifying than the footsteps. I was running through a void. I couldn't hear my own footsteps. I couldn't hear my own breathing. It was like I had been deleted from the world. I ran until my lungs felt like they were filled with broken glass. I ran until I tripped over a root and tumbled down a steep embankment, sliding through thorns and over sharp rocks until I slammed into the base of a tree. I lay there gasping, waiting for the end. I stared up, and for the first time in what felt like hours, I saw a star. Just one, a tiny, flickering pinprick of white in the sky. The silence broke. A cricket chirped, then another. The wind sighed through the pines. I sat up, shaking so hard I could barely keep my balance. I looked back up the ridge. Far off in the distance, I could see a faint, flickering glow. It was my campfire, but from this distance, it looked normal. It was casting a wide, amber light against the trunks of the 3 oak trees. It looked warm. It looked inviting. And then, in the center of that light, I saw a silhouette. It was me. I was sitting on the log, leaning forward, warming my hands over the fire. I could see the gray of my jacket, the shape of my backpack, the way I tilted my head to the side. I watched myself for a long, frozen minute, and then I watched as a dozen thin, elongated shadows rose up from the edge of the light and draped themselves over me sitting at the fire. The silhouette didn't struggle. It didn't scream. It just sat there as the shadows pulled it backward into the dark until the clearing was empty. Then the fire went out. I didn't wait for morning. I hiked out by the light of that single star and my now functioning headlamp, moving with a frantic, mindless speed. I reached my car at 4:00 a.m. and drove until I hit a town with a 24-hour diner. I sat in a booth, trembling, drinking coffee that tasted like nothing. When the sun finally came up, I went to the local ranger station. I told them I'd gotten spooked by a bear and left my gear behind. I didn't tell them about the fire. I didn't tell them about the shadows. The ranger, an older guy with skin like cracked leather, looked at my bloody nose and my torn jacket. He didn't ask questions. He just handed me a clipboard to fill out a lost property report. "Where'd you say you camped?" he asked, leaning back in his chair. Near the Three Oaks clearing, I said, off the North Trail. The ranger stopped chewing his gum. He looked at the map on the wall, then back at me. Son, that section of the forest hasn't been reopened. Those washouts, they didn't just take out the trails, they took out the soil. There isn't a Three Oaks clearing left. That whole ridge is nothing but a rock slide. I was just there, I whispered. I built a fire. The ranger sighed and pushed the clipboard toward me. People see things when they're tired. The altitude, the isolation. The brain plays tricks. You're lucky you didn't walk off a ledge. I filled out the form and left. I didn't go back for my gear. I never will. I'm back home now in a well-lit apartment in the city. I keep the lights on, all of them, at all times. But sometimes when I'm sitting on my couch, I'll look down at my arm. The 5 black finger marks on my jacket sleeve didn't wash out. I tried every detergent, every chemical. They're still there, a permanent, greasy stain on the fabric. And 2 nights ago, I was lighting a candle on my dining room table. I struck the match, and the flame flared up, bright and hot. But as I watched, the light didn't hit the walls. It didn't hit the table. It stayed in a tiny, perfect circle, exactly 6 inches wide. And from the corner of my dark living room, I heard the sound of sandpaper rubbing together. It's still not enough, the voice whispered. Don't go into the woods alone, and if you do and the fire starts to feel cold, don't look into the dark, because the dark is already looking at you. The sound of the sandpaper voice didn't just hang in the air of my apartment. It seemed to settle into the marrow of my bones, vibrating with a frequency that made my teeth ache. I didn't turn around. I couldn't. My muscles had locked into a rigid, petrified state, my gaze fixed on the candle flame. It was a small, white, unscented pillar I'd bought at a grocery store, but now it looked like a hole ripped into a different reality. The flame was a violent, electric violet, standing perfectly still despite the draft from my open window. It cast no light on the mahogany surface of the table. The wood was there. I could feel it pressing against my thighs. But visually, the table had been replaced by a void so absolute it made my head swim. "What do you want?" I whispered. My voice was a dry croak. I hated how small I sounded. I was a man who had stared down a mountain lion in the high Sierras, but in the face of this localized eclipse, I was a child afraid of the space under the bed. The fuel, the voice rasped again. It was closer now. I could hear the faint, rhythmic dragging of something heavy across my hardwood floor, the sound of a body being pulled, or perhaps just the hem of a garment made of something much denser than fabric. The wood was dead. The wax is dead. It lacks the quickening. I forced my hand to move. It felt like pushing through waist-deep water. I reached for the light switch on the wall beside the dining table, my fingers fumbling blindly in the ink. I found the plastic toggle and flipped it up. Nothing. I flipped it down and up again, clicking it frantically. The overhead chandelier, which had been blindingly bright only seconds ago, remained dark, not burned out dark. I could hear the faint hum of the electricity in the wires, a frustrated buzz of energy trying to manifest as light and failing against the weight of the shadow. I lunged away from the table, knocking my chair over. It made no sound when it hit the floor. The vacuum had returned, swallowing the acoustics of my home. I backed into the kitchen, my heels clicking on the tile, a sound that felt like it was happening inside my own skull rather than in the room. I grabbed the largest chef's knife from the magnetic rack, the cold steel a minor comfort. "Get out!" I screamed into the living room. The violet flame on the candle flickered. For a brief, terrifying second, the radius of light expanded, not in a circle, but in a jagged streak that illuminated the far corner of the room. I saw them. They weren't shadows cast by objects. They were three-dimensional entities, silhouettes carved out of a darkness that was darker than the night. They were tall, impossibly thin, their limbs elongated like the branches of the ancient oaks I thought I'd seen on the ridge. They didn't have faces, just smooth, matte surfaces where features should be, but I could feel their collective gaze. They were standing in a semicircle around my dining table, their long, spindly fingers resting on the surface. Where they touched the wood, the mahogany seemed to wither, turning a pale, sickly gray. The light snapped back to its 6-inch diameter, plunging the entities back into the black. The pulse, the voice said, now appearing to come from directly behind my left ear. The heat of the blood, that is the light that carries. That is the light that reaches the bottom of the well. I swung the knife wildly behind me. It hit nothing but air, but the momentum carried me toward the hallway. I didn't stop to think about my phone, my keys, or my shoes. I just needed to get to the hallway. The hallway led to the front door. The front door led to the street lamps, to the neon signs of the bodega on the corner, to the headlights of passing cars. I needed the sun, even if it was 8 hours away. As I ran, the darkness followed. It wasn't just trailing me, it was leaking from the walls. The framed photos of my parents, my hiking maps, the mirror in the hall, they were all bleeding shadow. A thick tar-like substance that pooled on the floor and tripped my feet. I hit the front door and grabbed the deadbolt. It was freezing, coated in a layer of rime ice that burned my palm. I wrenched the door open and stumbled out into the carpeted hallway of my apartment building. The hallway was supposed to be lit by fluorescent tubes that hummed with a sickly yellow light. But as I stepped out, the lights above me began to fail in a rhythmic wave. Pop, pop, pop. One by one, the fixtures shattered, not from internal pressure, but as if something was squeezing them from the outside. The darkness raced toward me from both ends of the hall, narrowing my world down to the few feet of carpet beneath my feet. I didn't wait for the elevator. I hit the fire exit door and threw myself down the concrete stairs. My breath was coming in ragged, sobbing gulps. Every time I passed a floor landing, the emergency light would flicker for a fraction of a second before being smothered. I reached the lobby and burst out onto the sidewalk. The city was wrong. Chicago in the middle of the night is never dark. There is the orange glow of the sodium lamps, the blue flicker of televisions in apartment windows, the red pulse of the radio towers on top of the skyscrapers. But as I stood on the corner of Clark and Division, the world was a graveyard of extinguished stars. The streetlights were dark. The traffic signals were black shells. The cars parked along the curb were hulks of shadow. The only light in the entire city was a single, flickering campfire in the middle of the intersection. My heart stopped. It was the same fire, the same 3-foot-high blaze of vibrant oranges and searing blues, built within a ring of stones that shouldn't have been there on the asphalt, and sitting on a fallen oak log, right in the path of the northbound lane, was me. The me at the fire was staring at the flames, his back to me. He looked peaceful. He looked warm. I stood on the sidewalk, the knife still clutched in my shaking hand, as the silence of the woods descended on the city. The sounds of distant sirens and the hum of the wind were gone. There was only the muffled, distant pop of the fire. Then, from the shadows of the storefronts, the things began to emerge. They moved with a jerky, stop-motion gait, their spindly limbs clicking against the pavement like the legs of giant insects. There were dozens of them, hundreds, crawling out of the dark alleys and down from the rooftops. They didn't look at me. They looked at the figure at the fire. They reached the edge of the light, that impossible 6-inch perimeter, and stopped. They began to circle, their long fingers twitching. "It's a loop," I whispered to myself, the realization chilling me more than the cold air. It's not a memory, it's a lure. The version of me by the fire reached out a hand. He moved it across the threshold of light, and his hand vanished into the black. I watched, paralyzed, as one of the entities reached out and gripped his forearm. I saw the black, greasy stains form on his gray jacket in real time. But this time, the silhouette didn't just sit there. This time, the me at the fire turned his head. He didn't look at the entities. He looked across the street, directly at me. His face wasn't mine. It was a hollowed-out mask of white light, his eyes two burning violet embers that matched the heart of the fire. He opened his mouth, and instead of a scream, the sandpaper voice came out, projected from his throat and echoing off the darkened skyscrapers. "The fuel is almost spent," the double said. The entities began to close in, their shadows overlapping the fire. As they touched the flames, the fire didn't burn them. It absorbed them. The oranges and blues were being replaced by that sickly violet, and with every entity that stepped into the circle, the cold intensified. I could see my own breath freezing in the air, falling to the sidewalk as tiny crystals of ice. I realized then that I wasn't the observer. I was the replenishment. The version of me in the woods, the one the ranger said couldn't have existed because the ridge was gone, hadn't been a ghost. It had been a vacancy, a hollow space waiting to be filled by the original. Whatever I had encountered in the Blackwood Range hadn't just spooked me. It had marked me as a battery, a source of quickening that could keep their impossible fire burning in a world that wasn't meant to hold it. I turned and ran again, but this time there was nowhere to go. Every street I turned down led back to the intersection. Every alley ended at the ring of stones. The city had become a labyrinth designed to funnel me toward that central point of light. I stopped in front of a darkened shop window. In the reflection, I could see the 5 black finger marks on my sleeve. They were glowing. A faint, pulsing violet light was emanating from the stains, synchronized with the flickering of the campfire behind me. I looked at the knife in my hand. The steel was dull, the light-eating darkness already beginning to coat the blade. "If I'm the fuel," I muttered, my mind fracturing under the weight of the impossible, "then I won't let you burn me." I didn't know what I meant by it. I just knew that the fire needed me to be whole. It needed the pulse. I looked at the campfire one last time. The entities were now piling onto the silhouette of me, their long fingers weaving into his clothes, his hair, his skin. The silhouette was beginning to brighten, the violet light becoming blinding. The circle was expanding, 7 inches, 8 inches. The darkness was retreating, but it wasn't being replaced by the world I knew. It was being replaced by the 3 Oaks clearing. The asphalt was turning to dirt. The skyscrapers were becoming towering, dead hemlocks. The forest was bleeding into the city, using the fire as a bridge. I looked at the finger marks on my arm. They were no longer just stains. They were sinking into my flesh, the skin beneath them turning gray and translucent. I could see my veins, but the blood inside them wasn't red. It was black. I raised the chef's knife. I didn't aim for the entities. I didn't aim for the double. I aimed for the marks. The pain was the only thing that felt human. It was sharp, hot, and sudden. As the blade sliced through the synthetic fabric and into the muscle of my forearm, a spray of dark fluid, not quite blood but something thicker, hit the sidewalk. The effect was instantaneous. The campfire let out a high-pitched shriek, like 1,000 birds dying at once. The violet light flared into a supernova of shadow, and then, with a sound like a heavy door slamming shut, it vanished. I fell to my knees, clutching my arm. The silence that followed wasn't the vacuum of the woods. It was the beautiful, messy silence of the city. I heard a distant car horn. I heard the hum of a refrigerator in the apartment above the shop. I heard the wind whistling through the power lines. I looked up. The streetlights were on. The walk sign across the street was a steady, comforting white. The campfire was gone. The intersection was just empty asphalt, littered with a few dead leaves. I sat there on the sidewalk, bleeding, until a police cruiser pulled over. They thought I was a jumper or a victim of a mugging. I didn't correct them. I let them wrap my arm in gauze and take me to the ER. I told them I'd tripped and fallen onto a broken bottle. The doctors stitched me up. They commented on the unusual discoloration around the wound, a bruising they couldn't quite explain, but they attributed it to trauma and move on. I'm back in my apartment now. The sun is up, and for the first time in my life I find it ugly. It's too bright, too honest. It shows the dust on the shelves and the wear on the carpet. It shows the reality of a world that is thin and fragile. I moved my bed into the center of the room, away from the walls. I threw away the jacket. I threw away the candle. But an hour ago, I went to wash my face. I looked in the bathroom mirror, and I noticed something. The light in the bathroom is a standard 60-watt bulb. It should illuminate the whole small space. But as I leaned toward the glass, I saw that my reflection was slightly dim. I reached out to touch the mirror, and my hand passed into a faint, hazy shadow that started exactly 6 inches from my chest. I looked down at the bandage on my arm. A small spot of violet was beginning to seep through the white gauze. The fire isn't out, it's just moved. I can hear the sandpaper voice again, but it's not coming from the corner of the room anymore. It's coming from my own chest, a low, rhythmic thrumming that matches the beat of my heart. The fuel is inside now, it whispers, and the night is very, very long. I'm going to go out now. I'm going to find a place with no shadows. A stadium under the floodlights, perhaps, or a hospital wing, somewhere where the light is so bright it burns. Because I know that as soon as the sun goes down, the circle is going to start shrinking again, and I don't think I have enough blood left to put it out a second time. If you're out in the Blackwood Range or any woods where the trails haven't been walked in years, watch your fire. Don't look at the flames. Look at the shadows. And if you see your own boots disappearing into the dark while you're standing right next to the blaze, run. But don't run to the city. The dark knows the way there, too, and it's always looking for a better way to burn. I stayed in the emergency room waiting area for 6 hours after they discharged me, sitting bolt upright on a plastic chair under the buzzing overhead lights. The triage nurse asked me twice if I was waiting for a ride. I told her I was just lightheaded. The truth was that the hospital was the brightest place I could find on short notice. The fluorescent tubes flickered with a high-frequency strobe that hurt my eyes, but I welcomed the pain. Pain was a signal of a functioning nervous system. It was a biological flare. As long as I could feel the throb in my arm and the sting of the antiseptic, I was still tethered to the world of matter. But as the sun began to crest over the Lake Michigan horizon, bleeding a weak, pale gray into the city streets, I realized I couldn't stay in the hospital forever. The security guard was starting to eye my blood-stained shirt and thousand-yard stare with growing suspicion. I stood up, my joints popping like dry kindling, and walked out into the morning. The city was waking up. The rhythmic hiss of the street sweepers and the distant rumble of the L train should have been comforting. Instead, they felt like the background noise of a movie set, flimsy, temporary, and prone to collapse. I walked toward a 24-hour diner 3 blocks away, a place called the Neon Griddle. I chose it specifically for its name. Inside, the walls were lined with buzzing tubes of pink and blue gas. The tabletops were reflective chrome. It was a cathedral of artificial radiance. I sat in a corner booth and ordered black coffee. When the waitress set the mug down, I didn't look at her face. I looked at the shadow of the mug. It was there, faint, blurry, and cast toward the window by the overhead neon. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. The physics of the room were holding, for now. I peeled back the edge of the bandage on my forearm. The stitches were neat black nylon threads holding the jagged grin of the wound shut, but the skin around them wasn't red or inflamed. It was the color of wood ash. And as I watched, a tiny wisp of vapor, not steam, not smoke, but something that looked like powdered shadow, rose from the incision. It didn't dissipate into the air. It drifted downward, settling onto the chrome tabletop and vanishing into the reflection. Refill. I jumped, nearly knocking the coffee over. The waitress was standing there, the glass pot tilted. She was looking at my arm. That looks nasty, honey. You get that at the hospital. Yeah, I rasped. Accident. She leaned in closer, her eyes squinting behind thick glasses. Funny, I've seen a lot of cuts working the night shift. Usually they leak red. Yours looks dusty. I pulled my sleeve down, covering the gray skin. It's just the light in here. The neon makes everything look weird. She shrugged and poured the coffee. If you say so, but you might want to get that checked again. Looks like a cold burn to me. My brother got one working with liquid nitrogen. Said it felt like his bones were turning to glass. She moved on to the next booth, leaving me with the cold realization that the quickening the voice had mentioned wasn't just a metaphor. Whatever had touched me on that ridge was rewriting my biology. It was turning my heat into its cold, my light into its dark. I was becoming a wick. I spent the day moving from one brightly lit public space to another. The public library, the mall, a cinema playing a bright, colorful animated feature. I was a nomad of the lumens, chasing the sun as it moved across the sky. But with every hour, the 6-inch rule seemed to be asserting itself with more aggression. By mid-afternoon, sitting in the food court of a downtown shopping center, I noticed that the people walking past me seemed to dim as they entered my personal radius. It was subtle, a slight muting of the colors of their coats, a softening of the highlights on their skin, but it was there. I was a localized brownout. I tried to call the ranger station again. I needed to know if anyone else had survived Three Oaks. I needed to know if there was a way to break the mark. Blackwood Range North Station, a voice answered. It wasn't the ranger from before. This voice sounded younger, more bored. I called yesterday, I said, my voice shaking, about the ridge, the Three Oaks clearing, the rock slide. Sir, I told the other guy who called, there hasn't been a Three Oaks since the '94 earthquake. The whole north face is restricted. It's unstable. The other guy, who else called? There was a pause, the sound of papers shuffling. Didn't leave a name, just kept asking about the cold fire. We get cranks every season, sir. People get out there, they get dehydrated, they see things. If you were in a restricted area, I'd advise you not to admit it on a recorded line. I saw a man, I pressed, ignoring the warning. He was sitting by a fire. He looked like me. The line went dead, not a hang-up, just a sudden, absolute silence. No dial tone, no static, just the vacuum. I dropped the phone onto the table. The screen stayed bright, but the light it emitted didn't reach my fingers. I was holding a glowing rectangle that illuminated nothing. I needed to go back, not to the woods. I knew I'd never find the ridge again, not in the way a map understands location, but to the source of the logic. If the dark was using me as fuel, I had to find a way to make myself unburnable. I left the mall and headed toward the one place I had been avoiding, my apartment. I needed my journals, my old topographical maps, and the gear I'd left behind. More importantly, I needed to see if the me in the mirror was still there. The sun was setting as I reached my building. The sky was a bruised purple, the exact shade of the flame I'd seen in my dining room. I took the stairs, my heart hammering against my ribs. Every landing was a gamble. Every shadow in the stairwell felt like a hand reaching for my throat. When I reached my floor, I saw that my front door was ajar. I didn't have the knife anymore. The police had taken it as evidence. I picked up a heavy fire extinguisher from the hallway bracket and kicked the door open. The apartment was silent. The lights I'd left on were still on, the switches flipped up, but the rooms were filled with a thick, viscous twilight. It was like walking through a house submerged in muddy water. I could see the outlines of my furniture, but the details were gone. I walked into the kitchen. On the floor, near the spot where I'd cut myself, there was a pile of something. I knelt down, the fire extinguisher ready. It was my hiking gear, the pack I'd left on the ridge. The tent, the stove, the sleeping bag, everything was there, neatly folded, as if it had been delivered by a meticulous courier. But it wasn't right. The fabric of the pack was brittle, the nylon turning to a gray, papery substance. And the smell, it smelled like ozone and wet earth. On top of the pack sat a small wooden box. I didn't own a box like that. It was made of dark, unpolished oak, and the lid was carved with a single symbol, a circle with a horizontal line through it, an extinguished sun. I opened the lids. Inside was a handful of soil. It was the deep, black loam from the ridge, and resting in the soil was a single, charred human finger bone. "It is a gift," the voice whispered. It didn't come from the corner this time. It didn't come from behind me. It came from the fire extinguisher in my hand. I dropped the heavy red cylinder, and it hit the floor with a dull thud that sounded miles away. I looked at the bone in the box. It wasn't just a relic. It was vibrating, a low, rhythmic hum that matched the thrumming in my chest. I realized then that the me on the ridge hadn't been a ghost or a double. It had been a predecessor. This wasn't a haunting. It was a succession. The Blackwood Range wasn't just a place. It was a hungry architecture that required a tenant, someone to sit by the fire, someone to hold back the dark just enough to keep it defined. Without a watcher, the dark had no shape. It needed a witness to give it the form of a nightmare. I looked at my reflection in the darkened window of the kitchen. I could see the violet embers in my eyes now. They weren't reflections of a fire. They were the fire itself, burning behind my retinas, consuming the optic nerve. How many were there before me? I asked the empty room. Enough to keep the woods deep, the voice replied, drifting now from the drain in the sink. Enough to make the shadows long, but the city is so much larger, so much more to feed upon. I understood then. The ridge hadn't vanished because of a rock slide. It had moved because it was full. It had harvested everything it could from that lonely stretch of mountains, and now it was colonizing the grid. My apartment was the new Three Oaks. My hallway was the new trail, and the millions of souls in the city were the new forest, waiting to be thinned. I grabbed the wooden box and the charred bone. My hands didn't shake anymore. The fear was being replaced by a cold, heavy certainty. If I was the fuel, I was also the gatekeeper. I walked to the dining room table. The candle I'd thrown away was back, sitting in the center of the mahogany. It was already lit, that tiny violet flame standing proud and cold. I took the bone and held it over the flame. "You want the quickening," I said, my voice sounding like the rubbing of sandpaper. "You want the light that carries." I didn't use a knife this time. I used my teeth. I bit down on my own thumb, hard, until the metallic taste of that black, thick fluid filled my mouth. I held my hand over the candle and let a single drop fall into the violet heart of the fire. The world screamed. The apartment didn't just go dark, it inverted. For a heartbeat, I saw the city as it truly was, a skeletal framework of iron and glass, stripped of its illusions, floating in an infinite sea of hungry shadows. I saw the people in the neighboring buildings, their light glowing like soft, vulnerable candles in the wind. And I saw the things, the tall, spindly entities, standing at every window, waiting for the signal. The drop of my blood hit the flame, and the violet turned to a searing, blinding white. The heat was agonizing. It wasn't the warmth of a hearth, it was the heat of a star. It burned through my clothes, through my skin, through the very memory of who I was. I felt the finger marks on my sleeve, the marks on my soul, begin to dissolve. I wasn't putting out the fire, I was overcharging it. If they wanted a witness, I would give them a sun. I would give them so much light they would have nowhere to hide. I would burn myself out to blind the dark. The last thing I saw before my vision turned to white marble was the entity in the corner. For the first time, it looked afraid. It tried to retreat into the shadow, but there were no shadows left. The white light was everywhere, reaching into the corners, under the furniture, into the marrow of the walls. It shriveled like a leaf in a furnace, its spindly limbs turning to ash before it could even let out a sound. Then there was only the white. I woke up on the floor of my apartment 3 days later. The electricity was back on. The sun was shining through the windows, a normal, yellow, beautiful sun. My arm was healed, not just stitched, but smooth, the skin unscarred and healthy. The black marks were gone. The apartment was empty. No gear, no box, no bone. I walked to the mirror and looked at my eyes. They were brown, just brown, no violet embers, no hollow light. I looked at my shadow on the bathroom wall. It was solid, it was long. It followed the laws of physics. I should have been relieved. I should have packed a bag and moved to the desert, somewhere where the sun never stops. But as I stood there, I heard it. It wasn't a voice, it was just a sound. The sound of a match being struck somewhere deep in the walls of the building. And then the faint, unmistakable smell of wood smoke. I walked to my front door and looked through the peephole. The hallway was brightly lit, but at the very end of the corridor, near the fire exit, there was a small, flickering glow on the carpet. A tiny circle of violet light, exactly 6 inches wide. And standing in the center of it was a pair of hiking boots, caked in the black mud of a ridge that no longer exists. The fire hadn't been overcharged, it had been distributed. I realized then that I hadn't saved the city. I had just broken the lantern. Now, the light and the things that live in its shadow didn't need a gatekeeper anymore. They were everywhere. They were in the pilot lights of the stoves, the LEDs of the clocks, the backlights of the phones. I sat down on my couch and turned on the television. I turned the volume up high to drown out the sound of the sandpaper voice. But as the screen flickered to life, showing a bright, sunny morning news broadcast, I saw the anchorwoman pause. She looked at the camera, her eyes wide with a sudden, localized terror. She looked down at her desk. "The light," she whispered, her voice carrying over the airwaves to millions of homes. "It's not hitting the floor." I closed my eyes. The dark was no longer looking at me. It was looking at everyone, and the fire that wouldn't cast light was just beginning to spread. The anchorwoman's image on the screen began to degrade, not with the digital pixelation of a bad signal, but with a physical, creeping soot that seemed to manifest inside the liquid crystal display. I watched, paralyzed, as the vibrant primary colors of the news desk, the patriotic blues and sterile whites, bled into a singular, uniform charcoal. She wasn't screaming. She was touching her own collarbone, her fingers disappearing into a smudge of nothingness that had anchored itself to her throat. I turned off the television, but the image didn't vanish. The glass remained energized, a rectangular window into a room that was no longer in New York or Chicago, but somewhere deep within the geography of the Blackwood Range. The anchorwoman was still there, a silhouette of static, standing in a clearing of dead hemlocks. I backed away from the screen, my heels clicking on the hardwood. The sound was too loud. It echoed with a metallic ring, as if the floorboards were hollowed out, replaced by the iron pipes of an industrial furnace. I needed to move. If the fire had been distributed, if I had shattered the lantern and let the oil spill into the foundations of the city, then every light source was now a potential anchor for the ridge. I looked at the microwave clock, 12:04. The green numbers were pulsing with a rhythmic, organic throb. I reached out and pulled the plug. The light died, but the smell of ozone intensified, a sharp, stinging scent that made my nose bleed. I grabbed my jacket and my car keys. I didn't know where I was going, only that the apartment felt like a lung that had stopped breathing. I stepped out into the hallway, and the silence of the building was absolute. No dogs barking, no muffled hum of refrigerators, no distant sirens. It was the silence of a vacuum. The elevator was out of the question. I took the stairs, leaping down the concrete steps 3 at a time. The emergency lights, those heavy, twin-bulbed fixtures designed to trigger during a blackout, were glowing with a sickly, ultraviolet hue. They didn't illuminate the stairs. They cast shadows upward, making the ceiling look like a jagged cavern floor. When I burst through the lobby doors and onto the sidewalk, the city was transformed. It was noon, or it should have been. The sun was a pale white disk behind a shroud of gray haze, looking more like a cataract in a dead eye than a star. The streetlights were all on, humming with a frantic, high-pitched whine that set my teeth on edge. People were standing on the sidewalks, perfectly still. They weren't looking at each other. They were looking at their feet. I saw a businessman in a sharp gray suit staring down at his shadow, or rather, where his shadow should have been. A circle of violet light, 6 inches wide, was burning into the concrete beneath his polished Oxfords. He tried to step out of it, but the circle moved with him, a tether of impossible radiance. He looked at me, his eyes wide and glassy, and I saw the same wood-ash color creeping up his neck. "It's cold," he whispered. "Why is the light so cold?" I didn't answer. I couldn't. I ran to my car, a silver sedan parked under a sprawling oak tree. I fumbled with the keys, my fingers feeling numb and heavy, like they were made of lead. I climbed inside and slammed the door, locking it as if a thin sheet of glass and steel could keep out a phenomenon that ignored the laws of opacity. I cranked the engine. It turned over with a wet, grinding sound, but it caught. I threw the car into gear and surged away from the curb, heading toward the expressway. I had a vague idea of heading west, away from the lake, away from the dense clusters of humanity where the fuel was most abundant. But as I drove, I realized the grid was failing in a way that had nothing to do with electricity. The traffic lights were all stuck on a shimmering, translucent violet. Drivers were abandoning their cars in the middle of the road, stepping out into the dim afternoon to stare at the sky. The skyscrapers of the loop looked like giant, charred ribs rising out of a fog of ash. I saw a police cruiser crashed into a fire hydrant. The water wasn't spraying upward. It was flowing in a flat, silent sheet across the asphalt, reflecting a sky that wasn't there. The officer was sitting on the hood of his car, his head in his hands. His shadow was gone. In its place was a jagged hole in the world, a silhouette of pure, unreflective void that seemed to be drinking the light from the surrounding street. I turned onto the entrance ramp of the I-90, hoping for speed for distance. But the highway was a graveyard. Hundreds of cars sat idling, their exhaust plumes rising in straight, vertical lines that didn't dissipate. The drivers were gone, or they were sitting behind their steering wheels, staring at the dashboards with that same hollow expression I'd seen in the mirror. I wove through the stalled traffic, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The sandpaper voice was back, but it wasn't a whisper anymore. It was a chorus. It was coming from the car radio, from the GPS, from the very vibration of the tires on the road. The forest is coming home, the voices chanted. The trees of iron, the leaves of glass, all will burn in the light that does not reveal. I pushed the car to 80, 90, 100 miles per hour. The wind whistled through the window seals, a mournful, flute-like sound. I looked in the rearview mirror and saw the city skyline behind me. It was dissolving. The buildings weren't falling, they were being erased, one layer of light at a time. The sun was sinking toward the horizon at an impossible speed, the day being swallowed by a premature, artificial night. Then the car's headlights flickered. They didn't dim, they changed. The two beams of white light projected onto the road ahead turned a deep, bruised purple. They didn't illuminate the asphalt, they turned it transparent. I could see through the road, down into the dark earth beneath the highway, where the roots of ancient, petrified trees were twisting and turning, reaching up to grasp the foundations of the world. I slammed on the brakes. The car skidded, spinning in a slow, graceful arc before coming to a halt sideways across 3 lanes. The headlights stayed on. They were shining directly into a grove of trees that shouldn't have been there. A stand of black, barkless hemlocks had erupted through the concrete of the median. They were tall, impossibly thin, and their branches were hung with what looked like tattered pieces of clothing, scraps of suits, dresses, uniforms. I stepped out of the car, my legs shaking. The air was freezing now, a dry, desiccating cold that sucked the moisture from my throat. "Is anyone there?" I shouted. My voice didn't travel. It fell flat at my feet, muffled by the heavy, invisible snow of ash that was beginning to drift down from the clouds. A figure stepped out from behind the central tree. It wasn't the man from the ridge. It wasn't the entity with the spindly limbs. It was the waitress from the neon griddle. She was still wearing her uniform, her name tag Marge glinting in the violet light, but her thick glasses were gone. Her eyes were 2 wide, black pits, and her skin was the color of a guttering candle. "You brought it back, honey," she said, her voice a dry rattle. "You brought the hearth to the house." I tried to stop it, I said, backing away toward the edge of the elevated highway. I tried to burn it out. You can't burn the dark, she said, stepping closer. Every time her foot hit the ground, a small puff of gray dust rose up. You can only give it a better shape. You gave it the city. You gave it the wires. You gave it the eyes of 10 million people. She reached out a hand. Her fingers were long, the nails cracked and black. Don't you see? The ridge was just a nursery. This is the harvest. I looked over the edge of the highway. Below me, the suburbs stretched out toward the horizon. In every house, a violet light was flickering in the windows. The street lights were pulsing in unison, like a giant, glowing nervous system. The entire world was becoming a reflection of that single, cursed fire I'd found in the woods. "What do you want from me?" I screamed at her. "We want you to watch," she said. "A fire needs a witness. Without someone to see the shadows, they have no power. You are the great observer. You are the one who told the story. And as long as you tell it, the fire stays lit." I realized then the trap I'd fallen into. The journals, the warnings, the frantic calls. It wasn't an attempt to save anyone. It was the fuel itself. By acknowledging the dark, by giving it a name and a history, I had mapped it into reality. I had been the cartographer of my own destruction. I looked at the waitress, or the thing that was using Marge's shape, and I felt a sudden, violent surge of clarity. "Then I'll stop," I said. "I'll stop looking. I'll stop telling." "It's too late for that," she whispered. "The story is already in the air. It's in the wires. It's in the blood of the people who read your words. You've shared the mark." She was right. The quickening wasn't just my transformation. It was a contagion of perception. Everyone who had seen the news, everyone who had heard the rumors of the cold fire, was now a part of the circle. I looked down at my hands. They were beginning to fade, not into transparency, but into a low-resolution blur. I was becoming a memory of a man, a ghost in a machine that was being overwritten by a much older, much darker program. "There is one way out," the voice said, no longer coming from Marge, but from the very air around me. "Oh, the fuel must be consumed, all of it. The witness must become the flame." I understood. I looked at the car, idling there with its violet eyes. I looked at the trees growing through the road. I reached into my pocket and pulled out my lighter, the old Zippo I'd used to try and light my way on the ridge. I flicked it. A small, orange flame appeared. It was tiny, fragile, and utterly out of place in this purple world. It was a real flame, a hot flame, a flame that cast a shadow. I looked at the trail of gasoline leaking from my car's ruptured tank, a shimmering ribbon of fluid reflecting the violet sky. "If I'm the fuel," I whispered, "then I choose how I burn." I knelt down and touched the Zippo to the gasoline. The explosion wasn't violet. It was a roar of orange and red, a violent, screaming eruption of chemical energy that tore through the artificial twilight. The heat was magnificent. It was a physical blow, a wall of pressure that knocked me backward, away from the hemlocks and the gray woman. For a second, the world was real again. I felt the sting of the fire, the smell of burning rubber, the agony of the heat on my face. The shadows were sharp and black, cast by a light that had no agenda other than its own existence. But as the flames licked toward the median, they hit the hemlocks. The trees didn't burn, they drank. The orange fire touched the black bark and was instantly sucked inside, the heat vanishing into the wood like water into a sponge. The flames turned violet as they climbed the branches, the roar of the explosion muffled into a low, rhythmic thrumming. The thing that had been Marge stood in the center of the inferno, her arms outstretched. She wasn't burning, she was glowing. She was absorbing the combustion, converting the chemical energy into that cold, hollow radiance. Thank you, the voices whispered in my ear. We were so very hungry. I slumped against the concrete barrier, watching as my last act of defiance was turned into a feast. The fire was spreading now, leaping from the car to the road, but it wasn't a fire anymore. It was a tide of purple light, a wave of cold energy that was washing over the highway, erasing the stalls and the silence. I closed my eyes. I couldn't watch anymore. But even with my eyes closed, I could see it. The light was behind my eyelids. It was in my brain. I felt a hand on my shoulder, a heavy, cold hand. Come, the voice said. It was my own voice, the me from the ridge, the me that had been sitting by the fire for 1,000 years. The sun is down, the circle is waiting, and you have so much more to tell. I opened my eyes, and I wasn't on the highway anymore. I was sitting in a clearing. The ground was covered in black loam. A small, violet fire was crackling in a ring of stones. Across from me, someone was sitting, a man in a blood-stained shirt, his arm wrapped in white gauze. He was staring at me with wide, terrified eyes. He looked like he'd just walked out of a hospital. He looked like he was about to run. I looked down at my hands. They were gray, the color of wood ash. I felt the sandpaper in my throat. I leaned forward, the violet light reflecting in my dead eyes. Don't look at the flames, I whispered to him, the words feeling like shards of glass in my mouth. Look at the shadows. The man turned and ran into the dark, and I watched him go, knowing exactly where he was headed. I knew the city he would find. I knew the hospital he would sit in. I knew the diner where he would drink his coffee. And I knew that soon, very soon, he would be back to take my place. I picked up a piece of charred hemlock and tossed it into the fire. The violet flame flared up, casting a long, distorted shadow across the clearing, a shadow that didn't belong to me, but to the forest that was now growing in the heart of the world. The night was very, very long, and I had all the time in the universe to watch it burn. The silence of the ridge was not a lack of sound, but a compression of it. Every crackle of the violet flame felt like a bone snapping in a vacuum. I sat there, my gray fingers interlaced, watching the man I had once been, or perhaps a man who was merely wearing my old terror, stumble blindly into the thicket of black hemlocks. I knew the path he would take. He would find the highway, but the highway would be a ribbon of ash. He would find the city, but the city would be a lantern with a cracked lens. I looked down at the fire. It didn't flicker with the chaotic grace of combustion. It pulsed like a throat swallowing. You're doing well, a voice said. It didn't come from behind me or beside me. It came from the marrow of my own wrists. It was the collective resonance of the soot that had replaced my blood. I looked up. The clearing was no longer just a clearing. The trees were shifting, their trunks elongating until they pierced the bruised sky like the cooling towers of a nuclear plant. The branches didn't wave in the wind. They vibrated at a frequency that made the very air look like shattered glass. Between the trees, I saw the silhouettes of others, hundreds of them, thousands. They were the residents of the city I had saved. They were the commuters from the I-90, the waitress from the diner, the anchorwoman with the charcoal throat. They weren't ghosts. They were anchors. Each one sat before their own small, violet hearth, tending to a flame that cast no light, only a deepening of the surrounding void. We were a network, a power grid of despair. I reached out and touched the soil. It felt like cold velvet. I realized then that the geography of the Blackwood Range wasn't a place on a map, it was a state of being seen. As long as we sat here, as long as we acknowledged the fire, the real world, the world of sun and salt and sweating skin, would continue to bleed out. I felt a sudden, sharp pang of something ancient. Hunger. No, it was a phantom limb syndrome of the soul. I remembered the taste of a peach. I remembered the way the sun felt on the back of my neck at a baseball game. These memories didn't feel like mine anymore. They felt like data points in a corrupted file. I stood up. My joints didn't ache. They clicked with the precision of a clockwork mechanism. I began to walk, not away from the fire. There was no away here, but through the rows of the silent witnesses. I passed a woman who was staring into a puddle of violet liquid. In its reflection, I saw a playground in the suburbs. The slides were melting into puddles of gray sludge. The children were standing in a circle, their shadows stretching out like long, black needles, stitching themselves into the fabric of the asphalt. "Stop it," I whispered as I passed her. She didn't look up. Her eyes were gone, replaced by the same flickering violet radiance that occupied the hearth. "The light must be distributed," she droned, her voice a perfect imitation of a dial tone. "The darkness must be witnessed." I kept moving. I wanted to find the edge. If I had broken the lantern, then surely there was a perimeter to the spill. But the further I walked, the more the forest merged with the architecture of my memory. I saw a skyscraper made of petrified wood. I saw a subway entrance that led down into a cavern of glowing fungus. The transition was seamless. The ridge was colonizing the city, using the memories of the witnesses as a blueprint. I reached a section of the forest where the trees were hung with glass. Thousands of television screens, computer monitors, and smartphone faces were nailed to the black bark. They were all playing the same loop, the anchorwoman, her fingers disappearing into her collarbone, over and over again. "The light," she whispered from 10,000 screens. "It's not hitting the floor." I realized then that the distribution wasn't just physical, it was viral. Every person who had watched that broadcast, every person who had looked at their phone in the moments after the lantern broke, had become a host. The violet light was a parasite of the optic nerve. It didn't need a gatekeeper because it had millions of doorways. I found myself standing before a tree that looked different from the others. It was shorter, gnarled, and its bark was white, the color of bleached bone. Hanging from its lowest branch was a leather satchel. "My satchel." I opened it with trembling fingers. Inside were the journals I had written, the notes I had taken, the photographs of the ridge, but the ink had changed. The black letters were now glowing with that same sickly ultraviolet hue. As I watched, the words began to crawl across the page like insects. They weren't my words anymore. They were instructions. 1. Find the unlit. 2. Bring the coal. 3. Open the eye. I dropped the journal. It hit the ground, and the earth seemed to flinch. "You're the architect now," a voice whispered. I turned and saw the man from the ridge, the original one, the one with the spindly limbs and the face like a thumbprint. He was standing in the shadow of the white tree, his body translucent and humming. "I don't want this," I said. My voice was becoming more like the sandpaper every second. "Desire is a property of the sun," he said. "We are beyond the sun. We are the architects of the great interior. You broke the lantern, yes, but you didn't do it out of malice. You did it out of fear, and fear is the best conductor for this current." He stepped closer, and I saw that his chest was a hollow cavity, filled with the same violet embers that sat in my clearing. The world you knew was a thin crust over an infinite furnace, he continued. You didn't bring the fire here. You just stopped pretending it wasn't there. Now the crust is gone. The furnace is breathing. He reached out and touched the white tree. The glass screens hanging from its branches flickered. They showed a hospital room. A man was lying in a bed, his face covered in bandages. It was the man who had run from my clearing. He's telling them, the spindly man said, a hint of satisfaction in his rattle. He's telling the doctors. He's telling the nurses. He's describing the violet flame. He's describing the man with the ash-colored skin. Every person who hears him becomes a new wick. Every person who believes him becomes a new hearth. I looked at the man in the hospital bed. He was weeping, his chest heaving under the thin blue gown. Beside him, a nurse was taking notes. I saw the reflection of the violet light in her pupils. She didn't know it yet, but she was already part of the ridge. We are growing, the spindly man said. Soon there will be no need for the trees. The people will be the forest. Their nerves will be the branches. Their thoughts will be the ash. I felt a surge of cold fury. This wasn't a natural disaster. It wasn't a haunting. It was a harvest. We were being used as fuel for a sun that refused to rise. What happens if I stop? I asked. What if I just sit down and let the fire go out? The spindly man laughed. It sounded like dry leaves skittering over a tombstone. The fire doesn't need you to tend it anymore. You are just a decorative element now, a monument to the moment the gate was opened. If you stop, the fire will simply find a more active witness. I looked back at the journal on the ground. The words were still moving. They were forming a map of the city with red dots marking the unlit areas, the places where the violet light hadn't yet taken hold. Parks, libraries, basements, places of old silence. There are still gaps, I said, my voice cracking. Not for long, the spindly man replied. I looked at my hands again. They were almost entirely gray now, the texture like coarse slate. I could feel the heat, the cold heat, radiating from my palms. I realized I still had the Zippo in my pocket, the one I had used on the highway. I pulled it out. The metal was cold, but it felt solid. It felt like an anchor to a world that was being erased. I flicked it. The orange flame appeared again. It was smaller this time, a tiny, flickering ghost of a thing. In the presence of the violet forest, it looked pathetic. It looked like a candle in a hurricane. But the spindly man recoiled. He didn't scream, but his form flickered, his translucency turning into a muddy, opaque gray. That is an impurity, he hissed. It's a light that casts a shadow, I said. I looked at the white tree. I looked at the glass screens showing the hospital, the nurse, the man who was spreading the contagion of the ridge. The fire that wouldn't cast light, I whispered. It's a lie. It's not a fire, it's a hole. I stepped forward and pressed the Zippo's flame against the white bark of the tree. For a moment, nothing happened. The violet light seemed to swallow the orange flame, dousing it in a wave of cold energy. But then a puff of real smoke rose up, black, acrid, stinging smoke. The tree screamed. It wasn't a sound of a throat. It was the sound of 10,000 glass screens shattering at once. The images of the hospital warped and melted. The nurse in the reflection clutched her head, her pen snapping in her hand. The spindly man lunged at me, his fingers elongated into jagged shards of shadow. I didn't move. I held the Zippo against the bark, watching as a small black char mark began to spread. It was a real wound. a physical scar in a world of metaphors. You're destroying the archive, the spindly man shrieked. I'm burning the map, I said. The fire caught. It wasn't the slow, rhythmic pulse of the violet embers. It was a hungry, biting orange. It began to eat the white bark, turning it into real ash, not the gray dust of the ridge. As the tree burned, the clearing began to destabilize. The violet flames in the other hearths flickered and turned pale. The witnesses, the commuters, the waitresses began to fade, their forms turning into wisps of mist. The sky above us cracked, not like glass, but like a ceiling under too much weight. Through the cracks, I saw flashes of the real world, a rainy street, a neon sign flickering open, a dog barking at a shadow. You can't stop the distribution, the spindly man hissed, his body dissolving into a cloud of soot. The light is already in them. It's in the wires. It's in the air. Maybe, I said, the heat of the orange fire finally warming my face. But the fire needs a witness, and I'm choosing to watch this burn instead. The white tree became a pillar of fire. The glass screens exploded, showering the clearing in a rain of shards that reflected the orange glow. The violet light was being pushed back, retreating into the deeper shadows of the hemlocks. But the cost was immediate. As the ridge faded, I felt myself fading too. I was part of the distribution now. I was a wire in the circuit. By burning the tree, I was burning the connection that kept me in this state of being. I felt my legs give way. I fell to the black loam, which was now turning back into mud and dead leaves. The cold was being replaced by a searing, agonizing heat. I looked at my hands. The gray slate was peeling off, revealing raw, red skin beneath. It hurt. It hurt more than anything I had ever felt. And it was beautiful. I lay there watching the orange fire consume the white tree, watching the violet world dissolve into a blur of smoke and sparks. I could hear the city again, not the rhythmic thrumming, but the chaos, sirens, screams, the sound of rain on metal. The clearing was gone. I was lying on the floor of my apartment. The television was hissed with static. The smell of ozone was gone, replaced by the smell of something burning. I looked at the microwave clock, 12:08. Only 4 minutes had passed since I pulled the plug. I tried to stand up, but my body felt like it had been through a car wreck. My skin was blistered, my clothes charred. I looked at the window. The sun was out, a pale winter sun, but it was casting shadows. Real, black shadows that stayed where they were supposed to. I crawled to the television and turned it off. The screen stayed black, no anchorwoman, no hemlocks. I thought I had won. I thought the fire had been doused. But then I looked at my reflection in the darkened glass of the TV. My eyes were still wide, they were still glassy, and deep in the center of my pupils, far back where the nerves met the brain, I saw it. A tiny 6-inch circle of violet light. It wasn't gone, it had just moved. It had retreated from the world and into the one place it could never be extinguished. The witness. I sat back on the floor, the Zippo still clutched in my hand. The metal was hot enough to burn my palm, but I didn't let go. Outside, the city was waking up from a collective nightmare. People were stepping out of their cars, blinking in the sunlight, wondering why they had all stopped at once. The doctors were looking at their patients. The nurses were picking up their pens. They would remember the cold. They would remember the violet light. And as long as they remembered, the fire would have its fuel. I looked at the Zippo's tiny orange flame one last time before closing the lid. The dark wasn't looking at everyone anymore. It was looking through them. And I was the only one who knew that the fire that wouldn't cast light hadn't been put out. It had just been internalized. I stood up, my body screaming in pain, and walked to the window. Below me, the city looked normal, busy, indifferent. But then I saw a man on the sidewalk. He was wearing a sharp gray suit. He stopped and looked down at his feet. He didn't have a shadow. He looked up at my window, and even from 10 stories up, I could see his eyes. They were two wide, black pits. He didn't scream. He didn't run. He just smiled, a dry, sandpaper smile, and tipped an imaginary hat. The distribution was complete. The ridge was no longer a place. It was the world, and we were all just sitting by the fire, waiting for our turn to tell the story. The man in the gray suit didn't move for a long time. He stood on the sidewalk like a tectonic plate that had forgotten how to shift, his lack of a shadow creating a visual vacuum that made the concrete around his polished shoes look like it was tilting into a drain. I backed away from the glass, my breath hitching in a throat that still felt lined with pulverized charcoal. The apartment, once a sanctuary of mundane clutter, unwashed coffee mugs, stacks of overdue electric bills, a dying spider plant in the corner, now felt like a stage set constructed from cardboard. I could see the grain of the reality, the thinness of the veil. I looked at the spider plant. Its leaves were curled, brown at the edges. I reached out a blistered finger to touch it, and as my skin made contact, a tiny spark of violet static jumped from my cuticle to the leaf. The plant didn't just wither, it inverted. The green pigment retreated toward the soil, leaving behind a translucent, skeletal structure that hummed with a low-frequency vibration. It was a miniature hemlock now, a ghost of a botanical entity, existing only as a memory of thirst. "It's not in the wires," I whispered, my voice sounding like two stones grinding together in a deep well. "It's in the touch." I stumbled toward the bathroom, needing to see the damage. The fluorescent light flickered overhead, a stuttering, sickly yellow that felt offensive to my new sensibilities. I splashed cold water on my face, but the water didn't feel wet. It felt like heavy mercury, rolling off my skin without leaving a trace of moisture. I looked into the mirror and suppressed a scream that died in my lungs. My face was a map of the ridge. The burns from the Zippo hadn't healed into scars. They had settled into deep, tectonic rifts that glowed with a faint, internal ultraviolet light. My pupils were no longer circles. They were jagged, multi-pointed stars, pulsing in time with a heartbeat that I could no longer feel in my chest, but could hear vibrating in the porcelain of the sink. I wasn't a man anymore. I was a transition. A sound drifted in from the open window, a low, rhythmic chanting. It wasn't human voices, but the sound of the city itself. The hum of the air conditioners, the drone of the distant highway, the screech of a subway train 3 blocks away. They were all aligning. They were falling into the same frequency I had heard in the forest. The great interior was humming its first few bars, tuning its instruments before the symphony began. I looked at the phone on the counter. It was vibrating. No caller ID, just a blank, glowing screen. I picked it up, my thumb leaving a gray, ashen smudge on the Gorilla Glass. "Hello," I said. There was no voice on the other end, only the sound of wind rushing through a very narrow pipe. Then, a click. A recorded message began to play, but it wasn't a voice I recognized. It was a composite, 1,000 fragments of different voices stitched together into a jagged tapestry of sound. The commute is delayed, the voice droned. The exit is closed, please remain in your hearth. The light is coming for your share. I dropped the phone. It didn't shatter. It melted into the laminate of the counter, the plastic bubbling up like a black blister, merging the technology with the furniture. The apartment was being reclaimed. The architecture of my life was being rewritten by a ghostwriter who didn't believe in the sun. I knew I couldn't stay there. If I stayed, I would become the anchor for this entire block. I would be the one sitting in the center of a violet-lit living room, tending a fire made of my own furniture, watching the neighbors turn into pillars of salt through the peephole. I grabbed a heavy coat, wrapping it tight to hide the glow of my skin, and stepped out into the hallway. The corridor was longer than it should have been. The doors to the other apartments were no longer numbered. They were marked with symbols that looked like charred branches. From behind 4B, I heard the sound of someone weeping, not with sadness, but with the rhythmic, mechanical precision of a ticking clock. From 4C, I smelled the scent of petrified hemlock. I didn't take the elevator. I knew what the elevator would be, a vertical coffin lined with glass screens. I took the stairs, my boots clattering on the metal treads with a hollow metallic ring. With every flight I descended, the temperature dropped. By the time I reached the lobby, my breath was coming out in thick, violet plumes of frost. The lobby was empty, except for the doorman Elias. He was sitting behind his desk, his head bowed. "Elias," I called out. He didn't look up. He was busy. He was holding a stapler, and he was methodically stapling his own shadow to the floor. Each thunk click of the stapler sent a jolt of violet light through his fingers. "The wind is coming from the north," Elias said, his voice a dry rattle. "The ridge is moving. You should have stayed on the mountain, Mr. Thorne. It's much harder to burn a city than it is to burn a tree." "I'm not Mr. Thorne anymore," I said, pushing past him. "None of us are," Elias whispered, finally looking up. His eyes were gone. In their place were two small, violet embers, burning with a cold, infinite hunger. "We are the wick, the world is the wax, and the flame is just getting started." I burst through the front doors and out onto the street. The sun was still there, but it looked different. It looked like a cataract in the eye of the sky. It gave off heat, but no warmth. People were moving along the sidewalks in a daze, their movements jerky and uncoordinated, like marionettes with tangled strings. Some were staring at their hands. Others were standing in front of shop windows, mesmerized by the reflections of the violet light dancing in the glass. The man in the gray suit was gone, but his absence felt like a physical weight. I began to walk toward the center of the city, toward the I-90 interchange. I didn't know why, but I felt a pull, a magnetic tug in the marrow of my bones. The unlit areas the journal had mentioned, the parks, the libraries, they were the targets. They were the voids that needed to be filled. As I walked, I saw the first signs of the colony. A bus had stopped in the middle of the intersection. The driver was sitting at the wheel, his hands fused to the plastic. The passengers weren't screaming. They were all leaning toward the windows, their foreheads pressed against the glass, watching a small, violet flame that was burning in the center of the aisle. The flame wasn't consuming the floor. It was growing out of it, like a crystalline weed. I turned down an alleyway, hoping to find a shortcut, but the alleyway didn't lead to the next street. It led to a clearing. I stopped, my heart, or the thing that had replaced it, stuttering. It was a perfect replica of the clearing on the Blackwood Range, the same black hemlocks, the same violet hearth, but instead of being on a mountain, it was nestled between a dumpster and a brick wall, and sitting by the fire was a child. He couldn't have been more than 7. He was wearing a bright yellow raincoat that looked garish and wrong in the violet gloom. He was holding a stick, poking at the embers. "You're late," the child said. He didn't turn around. "Who are you?" I asked, my hand moving instinctively toward the Zippo in my pocket. "I'm the one who didn't run," the boy said. He stood up and turned to face me. His face was perfectly smooth, devoid of features except for a wide, lipless mouth and 2 violet stars for eyes. "The man you saw on the ridge, he was just the scout. I'm the gardener." He held out his hand. In his palm sat a small, black coal. It wasn't burning, but the air around it was warping, distorting like a heat haze. "The city is too big for one fire," the boy said. "We need to plant more. We need to make sure the light doesn't hit the floor anywhere. Can you help me, Mr. Architect?" "I'm not helping you," I spat. I pulled out the Zippo and flicked it. The orange flame was even smaller now. It was a dying spark, a pathetic yellow pinprick in the overwhelming violet wash of the alley. The boy laughed. It was a sound of breaking glass. "That little toy, you used its strength on the white tree. You wasted your spark on a memory. The ridge isn't a tree anymore. It's a network." He tossed the coal toward me. I tried to dodge, but the coal didn't follow the laws of physics. It curved in midair, tracking my movement, and struck me square in the chest. I didn't feel heat. I felt a sudden, catastrophic expansion. The world around me blurred. The brick walls of the alley stretched upward, turning into the cooling towers I had seen in my vision. The dumpster transformed into a rusted altar. The boy in the yellow raincoat grew until he was a towering figure of shadow and violet light, his head lost in the bruised clouds. "Witness it," he bellowed, his voice the sound of 1,000 collapsing buildings. I fell to my knees, my hands clutching the asphalt. The cold didn't burn through my coat. It sank into my skin, merging with the violet light already residing in my chest. I felt my perspective shift. I wasn't looking at the alley anymore. I was looking at the entire city. I saw the grid. 1,000,000 points of violet light connected by invisible threads of despair. I saw the waitress in the diner, her coffee turning into ash. I saw the doctor in the hospital, his stethoscope picking up the heartbeat of the forest. I saw the children in the playground, their shadows stretching out like needles, stitching the world together. And I saw the holes. The libraries, the old churches, the quiet corners of the parks where the wind still smelled like grass. They were like dark spots on a glowing map. They were the unlit areas, and they were shrinking. "The light must be distributed," I heard myself whisper. The words weren't mine. They were the collective resonance of the soot in my blood. The darkness must be witnessed. I stood up. I wasn't in the alley anymore. I was standing in the middle of the public library's main reading room. The silence here was different. It wasn't the compressed silence of the ridge. It was the soft, dusty silence of paper and ink. There were a dozen people sitting at the long oak tables, hunched over books, their faces illuminated by the green-shaded lamps. They didn't know. They hadn't seen the broadcast. They hadn't looked at their phones. They were still living in the world of sun and salt. I felt a terrible, gnawing hunger, not for food, but for their attention. I wanted them to look at me. I wanted them to see the violet stars in my eyes. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a handful of ash. It was cold and heavy. "Excuse me," I said. My voice was a dial tone, a perfect imitation of a world that no longer existed. A young woman at the nearest table looked up. She was wearing glasses and her hair was tied back in a messy bun. She looked tired, but her eyes were clear. They were brown, real human brown. Yes, she asked, a slight frown creasing her forehead. I held out my hand and opened my palm. The ash began to swirl, caught in a wind that didn't exist in the room. A tiny, violet flame flared up in the center of my hand. "Don't look at the flame," I whispered, the words feeling like shards of glass in my mouth. "Look at the shadows." She looked. I watched as the brown in her eyes began to drain away, replaced by a flickering ultraviolet radiance. I watched as her shadow, which had been a soft, blurred shape on the floor, sharpened and elongated, turning into a jagged black needle that pierced the oak of the table. She didn't scream, she didn't run. She just sat there, her fingers tracing the grain of the wood, her breath coming out in a violet plume. "It's beautiful," she droned. "The light, it's not hitting the floor." I moved to the next table, and the next. With every person I lit, I felt the weight in my chest grow lighter. I was no longer a man carrying a burden. I was a conduit. I was a wire. I was a part of the great interior, and the great interior was expanding. I reached the center of the room, under the great domed ceiling. I looked up. The glass of the dome was turning opaque, the blue sky outside fading into a bruised, violet gray. The sun was gone. The transition was almost complete. I reached for the Zippo one last time. I wanted to see if I could still make the orange flame. I wanted to see if there was any of the impurity left in me. I flicked the wheel. Nothing, not even a spark. The flint was gone. The fluid had turned into violet sludge. I dropped the lighter. It hit the marble floor with a dull, heavy thud. It didn't belong here anymore. It was an artifact of a dead civilization. I stood in the center of the library, surrounded by my new congregation. We were a network, a power grid of despair, and as the violet light began to pour through the dome, drenching the books and the tables and the people in its cold, shadowless glow, I realized the truth. The fire that wouldn't cast light hadn't come to destroy the world. It had come to replace it. The real world, the world of baseball games and peaches and sweating skin, had been the dream. This, the ridge, the violet flame, the infinite forest of the mind, this was the reality. We weren't losing the light. We were finally seeing what was behind it. I sat down in one of the oak chairs and folded my gray fingers. I looked at the woman with the brown eyes, the woman who now had stars in her head, and I smiled. "The night is very, very long," I said, my voice merging with the hum of the building. "And we have all the time in the universe," she replied. Outside, the city of ash began to grow its first leaves. The skyscrapers began to vibrate. The highways turned into ribbons of soot, and in the heart of the world, a violet flame flared up, casting a long, distorted shadow that didn't belong to any one man, but to the forest that was now, finally, home. The silence of the library was no longer the silence of study. It was the silence of a vacuum. Every breath taken by the dozen people in the room sounded like a bellows moving through sand. I watched the woman with the star eyes, her name tag read Alina, as she slowly closed her textbook. The ink on the pages was migrating, the black letters bleeding upward and swirling into miniature cyclones of soot that hovered just above the paper. She didn't seem surprised. She reached out a finger and touched one of the floating characters, and it dissolved into a violet spark that vanished into her skin. I felt a sudden, sharp pang of something that might have been grief, if my heart hadn't been replaced by a pulsing ember. I remembered the smell of old paper and the way the sun used to slant through the high windows in the late afternoon, illuminating the dust motes like tiny diamonds. Now, the dust motes were gray flakes of ash, and the light was a heavy, bruised purple that seemed to press down on my shoulders with the weight of a mountain. "Is it time?" Elena asked. Her voice was no longer her own. It was a harmonic, a layer of sound that resonated with the vibration of the floorboards. "It's always time now," I said. I turned away from her and walked toward the tall, arched windows that overlooked the city square. Below, the transformation was accelerating. The cars had stopped moving. They sat in the streets like husks of giant beetles, their windshields turned into opaque mirrors reflecting a sky that was no longer blue or black, but a swirling, turbulent violet. The people on the sidewalks were no longer walking. They were standing in small clusters, their heads tilted back, their mouths open as if drinking in the falling ash. The distribution wasn't just a physical change, it was a rewriting of the laws of proximity. I could feel the thoughts of the man 3 floors down in the stacks, a janitor who was watching his mop bucket turn into a pool of liquid shadow. I could feel the terror of a child in a nearby apartment building, a terror that was rapidly cooling into a dull, rhythmic acceptance. We were being stitched together, our individual consciousnesses frayed at the edges and woven into a single, vast tapestry of the great interior. The boy in the yellow raincoat appeared beside me. He didn't walk, he was simply there, a glitch in the visual field. He was leaning against the windowsill, looking out at the city with an expression of proprietary pride. "See," he whispered, his voice a dry rustle. "The architecture was always wrong. Too much space, too much air. The forest likes things tight, it likes things layered." "What happens to the ones who don't change?" I asked, my gaze fixed on a lone figure running across the square. It was a man, his coat flapping, his shadow still trailing behind him like a frantic, tethered animal. He was clutching a flashlight, its beam a pathetic, flickering yellow spear that cut through the violet gloom. The boy laughed, a sound like dry leaves skittering over a grave. "There are no ones who don't change. There are only those who haven't noticed the fire yet, but the fire is patient. It's in the water they drink, the air they breathe, the very memories they try to hold on to. That man, he's not running away. He's just looking for a place to sit down. He just doesn't know it yet." As if on cue, the man with the flashlight stumbled. He fell to his knees in the center of the square. I watched as his shadow suddenly detached itself from his feet. It didn't vanish, it stood up. It was a perfect, 3-dimensional silhouette of the man, made of pure, concentrated void. The shadow reached down and took the flashlight from the man's hand. With a casual gesture, the shadow snapped the flashlight in two, and a burst of violet sparks erupted from the broken casing. The man didn't fight back. He simply slumped forward, his forehead touching the cold pavement, and his body began to turn translucent, the gray light of the city shining through his ribs. "The shadow is the true form," the boy said. "The flesh was just a cage." I felt a sudden, violent shudder go through the library. The floorboards groaned, and the tall bookshelves began to tilt, their shadows stretching out and interlacing across the ceiling like the branches of the hemlocks on the ridge. The books themselves were changing. Their covers were turning into rough, charred bark, and the shelves were thickening, their mahogany grain twisting into the gnarled wood of ancient trees. The library was becoming the forest. The unlit area was being reclaimed. "You have a role, Mr. Architect," the boy said, turning his star eyes toward me. "The gardener plants, but the architect designs the flow. You know the city. You know the veins and the arteries. where the light needs to go to ensure the shadow is absolute. I looked at my hands. The skin was almost entirely gray now, the violet rifts of the burns glowing with a steady, hypnotic pulse. I felt a map unfolding in my mind, not a map of streets and buildings, but a map of resonances. I could see the power plants, the subway tunnels, the hidden basements where the old world still flickered in the dark. They were like knots in a piece of wood, points of resistance that needed to be smoothed over. The subway, I whispered. The tunnels go deep. They're the roots. The boy smiled, his lipless mouth stretching wide. The roots. Yes, go to the roots, architect. Feed the fire in the deep places and the surface will follow. He vanished, leaving behind only the faint scent of ozone and petrified wood. I turned to Alina. She was standing by her table, her hands resting on the bark-covered books. She looked at me, and for a second I thought I saw a flicker of the old Alina, the woman who had been studying for an exam, who had a life, a name, a future. But then the violet light in her eyes flared, and the flicker was gone, smothered by the cold weight of the transition. "Go," she said, her voice a hollow resonance. "We will tend the hearth here." I walked out of the reading room and toward the grand staircase. The marble steps felt soft under my boots, like moss-covered stone. The air was thick with the sound of the city's new heartbeat, a low, rhythmic thrumming that vibrated in my teeth. As I descended into the lobby, I saw that the front doors were gone. In their place was a gaping maw of violet mist that led out into the transformed street. The street was no longer a street. It was a canyon of shadow, the buildings on either side leaning inward like the canopy of a dark woods. The asphalt was cracked and heaving, with pale, bioluminescent fungi growing in the fissures. I stepped out into the mist. The cold was absolute, but it didn't make me shiver. It felt right. It felt like coming home. I began to walk toward the nearest subway entrance. The city was a graveyard of the mundane. A discarded umbrella lay on the sidewalk, its fabric turned into a sheet of gray ash. A storefront window was filled with mannequins that had come to life, their plastic faces frozen in expressions of silent, ecstatic worship as they stared at a small, flickering violet flame on the counter. I reached the subway entrance, the 42nd Street station. The stairs leading down were slick with a black, oily substance that smelled of ancient earth. As I descended, the sounds of the surface faded, replaced by a deep, resonant booming, like the sound of a giant drum being struck miles underground. The platform was crowded, but there was no movement. Hundreds of commuters stood in perfect rows, their backs to the tracks. They were all facing the tiled wall, their foreheads pressed against the cold ceramic. The tiles were no longer white. They were covered in the same charred symbols I had seen on the doors of my apartment building. I walked past them, my boots making no sound on the oily platform. I felt their presence like a hum in the air, a collective, silent prayer to the dark. They weren't waiting for a train. They were waiting for the pulse. I reached the edge of the platform and looked down into the tunnel. The tracks were glowing with a faint, ultraviolet light, the steel rails humming with a high-frequency vibration. And there, deep in the darkness of the tunnel, I saw it. The great hearths. It wasn't a fire in the traditional sense. It was a sphere of concentrated violet energy, a sun that cast no light, only shadow. It sat on the tracks, pulsing slowly, its rhythm synchronized with the heartbeat I had felt in the library. Around it, the tunnel walls were melting, the concrete turning into the black, crystalline rock of the ridge. I felt the pull of the sphere, a magnetic, gravitational tug that threatened to draw the very soul out of my body, but I didn't resist. I stepped off the platform and onto the tracks, my feet sinking into the black oil. As I approached the hearth, the air became thick and heavy, like walking through water. The violet light was so intense it was almost physical, a cold pressure that squeezed my lungs. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the small, black coal the boy had given me. It was vibrating in my hand, eager to return to the source. "The roots," I whispered. I tossed the coal into the sphere. The reaction was instantaneous. The sphere didn't explode, it expanded. A wave of violet energy surged through the tunnel, traveling along the rails like a bolt of lightning. I felt the pulse go through me, a jolt of pure, unadulterated void that erased the last vestiges of my humanity. I saw the city above me. I saw the energy traveling up through the foundations of the buildings, through the wiring, through the pipes. I saw the skyscrapers turn into pillars of shadow, their windows flickering with violet light as the transition reached every floor, every room, every person. I saw the unlit areas, the parks, the libraries, the quiet corners, finally being overwhelmed. The dark spots on the map vanished, replaced by a uniform ultraviolet glow. The network was complete. The city was no longer a place of stone and steel. It was a node in the great interior, a part of the infinite forest that was now the only reality. I fell back against the tunnel wall, my body merging with the crystalline rock. I wasn't Thorn anymore. I wasn't the architect. I was a part of the wall. I was a part of the tracks. I was the vibration in the air. I closed my eyes, the star eyes that would never see the sun again, and I felt the peace of the ridge. The fire that wouldn't cast light had finally found its fuel. It had consumed the world, and in its place, it had left something older, something deeper, something that didn't need the sun to exist. The transition was over. The distribution was complete. I listened to the sound of the city breathing, a slow, rhythmic, violet sound. And for the first time since I had stepped onto the Blackwood Range, I wasn't afraid. The night was here, and it was beautiful. I felt the presence of others in the dark, the woman from the library, the doorman, the boy in the yellow raincoat. We were all there, sitting by the fire, waiting for the next story to begin. And as the violet light pulsed one last time, I realized that the story wasn't about us. It was about the fire. And the fire was just getting started. The tunnel began to stretch, the walls receding until I was no longer in a subway station, but in a vast, subterranean cathedral of black hemlock and violet stone. The tracks had become rivers of liquid shadow, flowing toward a central point that I could no longer see, but could feel with every fiber of my being. I was the fire, I was the shadow, I was the ridge. And as the last echoes of the old world faded away, replaced by the eternal hum of the great interior, I finally understood the meaning of the journal's last entry. "The light is a lie," I whispered into the infinite dark. "The shadow is the truth, and the truth has finally come home." The violet flame flared, and then there was only the silence. The perfect, shadowless silence of the fire that wouldn't cast light. The city was gone. The world was gone. There was only the ridge, and it was everywhere. I felt a hand on my shoulder. I didn't turn around. I knew who it was. "Is it done?" the boy asked. "It's done," I said. "Then let's go," he whispered. "The other cities are waiting. The forest has a long way to grow." I stood up, my body of stone and violet light feeling light as ash. I stepped into the river of shadow and let it carry me away, toward the next horizon, toward the next hearth, toward the infinite, unlit future. The distribution had only just begun. The river of shadow did not feel like water. It felt like a collective memory, a cold, viscous stream of every thought ever discarded by the people of the surface. As I drifted, I felt the impressions of the city above leaking into the flow, the phantom itch of a businessman's lost wedding ring, the fading echo of a siren, the taste of rain on a hot sidewalk. These things were dissolving, their molecular bonds broken by the violet acidity of the great interior. I was a passenger in the digestive tract of a new god. The boy in the yellow raincoat drifted beside me, his feet barely touching the surface of the dark sludge. He looked different now. The plastic of his coat was beginning to flake away, revealing a bark-like skin that shimmered with the same iridescent oil that coated the subway tracks. He wasn't a child anymore, or perhaps he never had been. He was a localized pressure point of the forest's will, a shape given to the void so that I would have something to follow. "Where are the others?" I asked. My voice didn't travel through the air. It vibrated through the liquid beneath us, a sonar pulse that rippled toward the jagged edges of the tunnel. "They are where they need to be," the boy replied, his head tilting at an impossible angle. "Some are foundations, some are mulch, some, like you, are the wind. You carry the spark. You are the pollen of the violet flame." We emerged from the tunnel into a space that defied the geometry of Manhattan. The ceiling had vanished, replaced by a vaulted expanse of interlocking branches that stretched upward for miles. Each leaf was a shard of obsidian, vibrating with a low choral hum. This was the central station of the ridge, a nexus where the subway lines of a dozen different cities converged into a single, pulsing route system. I could see the outlines of London's brickwork melting into the steel of Chicago, all of it being overwritten by the jagged, uncompromising architecture of the Hemlocks. I saw a man standing on a pier of calcified bone, throwing handfuls of violet salt into the stream. He looked up as we passed, and I recognized the librarian from the university, the one who had told me the ridge was just a folk tale. His eyes were gone, replaced by twin swirling nebulae of purple gas. He didn't speak, but as I passed, I felt his thought brush against mine. The books were wrong. The ink was too heavy. "He's happy now," the boy whispered. "He doesn't have to categorize the world anymore. He just has to be part of the alphabet." We drifted toward a massive, shimmering curtain of mist that smelled of ozone and wet charcoal. As we passed through it, the sensation of movement changed. We weren't flowing downward anymore. We were being pulled upward, through the strata of reality. The pressure in my ears shifted, a rhythmic popping that sounded like 1,000 tiny light bulbs shattering in sequence. When the mist cleared, I wasn't in the subway anymore. I was standing on the roof of the Empire State Building, but the building was no longer made of limestone and steel. It was a gargantuan stalk of black glass, its sides etched with the same glowing rifts that marked my own skin. The city below was a sprawling, bioluminescent reef. The streetlights had been replaced by pillars of violet fire that cast long, hungry shadows upward into a sky that was now a solid, matte purple. There were no stars, there was no moon. There was only the great interior, stretching out to the horizon in every direction. "Look," the boy said, pointing toward the horizon. I saw them then, the other fires. Tiny pinpricks of violet light were erupting across the dark curve of the earth, one in the east, 3 in the north, a cluster of them blooming in the south like a slow-motion firework display. Each one marked a point where the unlit had finally caught, where someone like me had dropped a coal into the heart of a machine or a library or a church. The grid is waking up, I said. My voice felt heavy, laden with the gravity of the transformation. It's not waking up, the boy corrected. It's breathing. For the first time in 10,000 years, the world is taking a breath that isn't choked by the sun. I walked to the edge of the glass parapet. Below, I could see the shapes of the new citizens. They were moving through the streets with a strange, fluid grace, their bodies elongated and translucent. They didn't speak. They communicated through the flicker of their violet auras, a complex language of light and shadow that described the growth of the forest. I saw a group of them gathered around a fountain in Bryant Park. The water had turned into a swirling vortex of ash, and the people were bathing in it, their gray limbs turning silver as the soot bonded with their skin. I felt a sudden, sharp tug at the base of my skull. It was a summons. "The architect is needed," the boy said, his voice fading as he began to dissolve into the violet mist. "The bridges are still too solid. They resist the sway of the branches. Make them move, Thorn, make them dance." He was gone before I could ask how, but I didn't need to ask. The knowledge was there, etched into the charcoal of my brain. I closed my eyes and reached out with my mind, feeling for the George Washington Bridge. I found it, a stubborn metallic spine stretching across the Hudson. The Hudson was no longer a river. It was a slow-moving glacier of violet glass, grinding against the shores with a sound like 1,000 violins being crushed. I focused on the steel of the bridge. I felt the molecules, the rigid, unyielding lattice of iron atoms. I pushed into them, injecting the violet flame of my own consciousness into the cold metal. I felt the bridge groan. I felt the rivets pop like gunshots, each one releasing a puff of gray smoke. Soft, I thought, be soft, be wood. The steel began to twist. The great suspension cables frayed, not into wire, but into thick, fibrous vines that pulsed with a slow, emerald and violet light. The towers of the bridge thickened, their vertical lines warping into the gnarled, protective bark of the hemlocks. The roadway didn't collapse. It transformed into a suspension of woven roots and solidified shadow, swaying gently in the windless air of the great interior. I felt a surge of triumph. The resistance was gone. The bridge was no longer a tool of transit. It was a limb of the forest, a way for the shadow to cross the glass river without breaking its stride. As I let go of the bridge, I felt another presence on the roof. I turned, expecting the boy, but it wasn't him. It was a woman. She was wearing a tattered business suit, but her skin was the color of a bruised plum, and her hair was a cloud of floating white ash. She was holding a briefcase, but when she opened it, it wasn't filled with papers. It was filled with small, pulsing violet embers. "I was an actuary," she said, her voice a dry, rhythmic clicking. "I calculated the cost of disasters. I predicted the end of things." "And then what do you calculate now?" I asked. She looked out over the violet horizon, her star eyes blinking in unison. "Now there is no cost. There is only the expansion. The disaster didn't happen, Mr. Thorne. The disaster was the world that came before. We were all just waiting for the fire to go out so we could finally see the room." She reached into her briefcase and took out an ember. She held it out to me. "The boy said you were the architect, but an architect needs a foundation. Take this. It's the heart of the New York Stock Exchange. It's very heavy. It contains the weight of all the greed that turned into ash." I took the ember. It was indeed heavy. It felt like holding a lead weight that was trying to vibrate its way through my palm. As my fingers closed around it, I felt a rush of images. The shouting of men on a trading floor, the flicker of green numbers on a screen, the frantic, sweating desperation of a world built on the illusion of growth. All of it was compressed into this tiny, glowing coal. "What do I do with it?" I asked. "Plant it," she said. "The forest needs the weight. It needs the gravity of what we lost to keep it anchored to the earth." She walked to the edge of the roof and stepped off. She didn't fall. She drifted downward, her ash hair trailing behind her like a comet's tail, until she merged with the violet fog of the streets below. I looked at the ember in my hand. I knew where it had to go. I looked toward the center of the city, toward the place where the shadows were the thickest, where the greatest interior was being born. I didn't need a subway or a car. I stepped off the edge of the building and the air caught me. The violet atmosphere was thick, buoyant, like a saline pool. I swam through the air, my gray fingers cutting through the mist, the heavy ember a hot coal in my gut. I landed in the center of Times Square. It was unrecognizable. The giant screens were still there, but they weren't displaying advertisements. They were windows into other parts of the forest. One screen showed a grove of black trees growing through the ruins of a cathedral in Paris. Another showed the violet tide rising over the Great Wall of China. The screens didn't need electricity. They were powered by the same resonance that moved the river of shadow. In the center of the square, where the red steps used to be, there was a hole. It was a perfect circular shaft that went down into the very center of the planet. I could hear the earth breathing through it, a deep tectonic sigh that smelled of sulfur and ancient, frozen time. I knelt at the edge of the shaft. I could feel the heat rising from below, not the heat of a furnace, but the cold, biting heat of the violet flame. "For the foundation," I whispered. I dropped the ember. I watched it fall, a tiny violet spark descending into the absolute black. It fell for a long time, its light getting smaller and smaller until it was just a pinprick, a single star at the bottom of a well. When it hit the bottom, the world didn't shake, it shivered. A ripple of violet light shot out from the shaft, tearing through the pavement and racing up the sides of the buildings. The screens in Times Square shattered simultaneously, their glass turning into a rain of diamonds that hung suspended in the air. The black hemlocks that had been growing through the buildings suddenly surged upward, their branches thickening and intertwining until the sky was completely obscured by a canopy of shadow. The transition was moving into its second phase. The replacement was becoming a reclamation. I stood in the center of the square as the diamond rain swirled around me. I felt a sense of completion, a finality that settled into my bones like lead. The architect had done his job. The city was no longer a city. It was a cathedral of the ridge, a monument to the fire that wouldn't cast light. I looked down at my hands. They were no longer gray. They were translucent, made of the same violet glass as the river. I could see the embers of my heart pulsing within my chest, a steady, rhythmic glow that matched the heartbeat of the earth. A figure emerged from the shadows of a collapsed billboard. It was Elena, the woman from the library. She was wearing a robe made of woven ash, and her star eyes were brilliant, casting a faint, shadowless glow on the ground around her. "The hearth is lit," she said, her voice a beautiful, haunting chord. "The foundation is set," I replied. She walked toward me and took my hand. Her touch was cold, but it sent a jolt of pure energy through my arm. The others are gathering at the ridge, the original ridge, the source. It's time to go back, Thorn. The forest wants to see what it has made. "Is there anything left of the old world?" I asked, looking one last time at the shattered remains of the square. "Only the stories," she said, "and the stories are changing. The peaches are turning into stones. The baseball games are becoming rituals of shadow. The memories are being pruned, thorn. Soon, we won't even remember the sun. I felt a momentary pang, a ghost of a man who once liked the smell of coffee and the sound of rain on a tin roof. But the pang was quickly swallowed by the violet hum. The memory felt thin, like a dream you try to hold on to after waking, only to have it dissolve into the morning light. Except there was no morning light. There was only the beautiful, eternal violet. "I'm ready," I said. We turned away from the city and began to walk. We didn't need the streets. We walked through the walls of the buildings, through the trunks of the great trees, through the very fabric of the shadow. The world was soft now, a pliable medium for our new existence. As we reached the outskirts of what used to be the city, I looked back. The skyline was gone. In its place stood a mountain of black wood and violet light, a jagged peak that pierced the purple sky. It was the ridge, reborn in the heart of the world. And all around us, the forest was singing. It wasn't a song of words, but a song of frequencies, the sound of the void finally finding its voice. We stepped into the deep shadows of the trees, and the city vanished. There was only the path, the violet flame, and the infinite, beautiful night. The fire that wouldn't cast light had found its home, and we were the sparks that would keep it burning forever. As we walked, the ground beneath us began to pulse with a new rhythm. It was a slow, heavy beat, like the footfalls of something unimaginably large moving through the deep places of the world. "What is that?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper in the choral hum of the trees. Elena didn't look back. "That is the heart of the ridge. It's waking up, Thorn. The distribution was just the beginning. The forest isn't just a place anymore. It's a traveler." I looked up at the canopy, and for a second the branches seemed to part. I saw a glimpse of something beyond the purple sky, a vast, swirling vortex of violet mist, peppered with a billion tiny sparks. Other worlds, other suns to be extinguished. The fire wasn't just replacing our world, it was preparing to move on. We weren't just the citizens of a new reality. We were the crew of a dark ship, sailing through the vacuum of the great interior toward an infinite number of unlit horizons. The thought should have terrified me, but as the violet light pulsed through my glass veins, I only felt a deep, predatory hunger. The forest was hungry, the fire was hungry, and I, the architect of the shadow, was hungry too. "The night is very, very long," I whispered, echoing the words I had said in the library. "And we have all the time in the universe," Elena replied, her voice merging with the heartbeat of the world. We walked on, disappearing into the violet gloom, two flickers of shadow in a world that would never know the sun again. The great interior had won. The light was a memory. The fire was everything. The silence of the new world was not an absence of sound, but a dense, pressurized frequency that hummed in the marrow of my glass bones. As Elena and I moved away from the jagged silhouette of the transformed Manhattan, the very concept of distance began to unravel. Space in the great interior did not function by the laws of Euclidean geometry. It folded like damp paper, bringing the distant scent of pine needles and wet slate directly into my lungs, while the city behind us seemed to recede into a pinprick of violet light within seconds. We were walking upon the veins, elevated ridges of calcified memory that snaked above the shifting fog of the forest floor. Below us, I could see the shapes of those who hadn't fully transitioned, the dross. They moved in slow, agonizing circles, their bodies half fused with the rusted remains of subway cars and fire escapes. They were the ones who had tried to hold onto their names, their social security numbers, the specific shade of blue of a summer sky. In the ridge, nostalgia was a physical weight, a leaden anchor that dragged the soul into the acidic mulch. "Don't look down," Elena warned, her voice vibrating through the soles of my feet. "If you pity them, you give them a shape, and a shape is a cage." "I don't pity them," I said, and to my surprise, it was true. The architect in me only saw structural inefficiency. They were jagged edges in a world that was striving for the perfect, fluid curve of the void. I just wonder if the fire is enough to consume everything. There's so much debris. "The debris is the fuel," she replied. She stopped at the edge of a precipice where the calcified vein ended abruptly, hanging over a canyon of swirling amethyst vapor. "Look there. That was the Hudson Valley. Now it is the throat." I looked out over the expanse. The geography of New York State had been overwritten by a biological machine of terrifying scale. Miles of black timber, thick as skyscrapers, twisted together to form a literal ribcage over the valley. Between these ribs, membranes of translucent violet skin pulsed with the passage of the sap, the collective consciousness of the billion souls who had already succumbed to the flicker. It looked like a lung, breathing with the slow, tectonic rhythm I had felt in Times Square. "We are going to the source," Elena said, stepping off the ledge. She didn't fall, she tilted forward at a 45-degree angle, her feet adhering to an invisible incline. I followed her, my center of gravity shifting until down was no longer toward the center of the earth, but toward the heart of the throat. We descended into the vapor, the air growing colder and more metallic with every step. The deeper we went, the more the forest changed. The hemlocks here were not made of wood or glass, but of solidified sound. Their branches were the frozen echoes of screams, laughter, and whispers, woven into a dense thicket that vibrated when we brushed against it. I touched a twig and heard the distinct, crystalline sound of a child's birthday party from 1984. I snapped it, and the memory dissolved into a puff of violet soot. "The librarian was right about one thing," I whispered, my voice caught in the resonance of the sound trees. The ink was too heavy, but he didn't realize that the paper was the problem too. Everything we recorded was just a way of slowing down the inevitable. "The sun is a clock," Elena said, her eyes fixed on the glowing nexus at the bottom of the canyon, "and the clock has run out of tension. We are in the space between seconds now." We reached the floor of the throat. Here, the violet fire was so intense it was almost black. In the center of a clearing made of polished obsidian stood a structure that defied description. It was a cathedral, a hive, and a tumor all at once. It was the original ridge, the point where the first coal had been dropped eons ago, waiting for the world to grow cold enough to ignite. At the entrance stood the boy in the yellow raincoat. He was no longer flaking. He was a statue of pure, iridescent oil, his features smoothed over like a pebble in a river. Behind him, dozens of others stood in a semicircle, the librarian, the actuary, and others I didn't recognize but felt I knew intimately. We were the graft, the specific individuals chosen to bridge the gap between the old physics and the new. "The architect arrives," the boy said. His voice was no longer a vibration. It was a physical pressure that pushed against my chest. "The bridges are swaying. The towers are breathing. But the core is still cold. It needs the final measurement." He stepped aside, revealing the entrance to the original ridge. It wasn't a door, but a vertical rift in reality, a tear in the fabric of the great interior that bled a light so dark it made the violet sky look bright. "What measurement?" I asked, stepping toward the rift. "The weight of the last light," the boy said. "Everyone carries a single spark of the sun. a single moment of warmth that they refuse to give up. For some, it's a face, for others, a song. For you, Thorn, it is the fire that started this. The match you struck in the basement, you still think you lit it. You still think you are the cause. I felt a cold shiver go through my glass spine. I remembered the basement, the damp smell of laundry, the flickering bulb, the scratch of the match against the box. I remembered the way the flame had looked, not yellow, but a pale, hungry violet. I did light it, I said, my voice trembling. No, the boy said, his oil face tilting. The fire lit you. You were the wick, not the hand. To enter the core, you must realize that you never existed. Thorn was a costume the forest wore to learn how to build a cage. I looked at Alina. She was watching me with her twin nebulae eyes, her expression unreadable. She held out her hand, and for a moment I saw her not as a plum-skinned citizen of the ridge, but as the woman she had been tired, overworked, clutching a book on a crowded train. The image flickered and died, replaced by the eternal violet. "Let go, Silas," she whispered. "The architect doesn't need a name. He only needs a compass." I turned back to the rift. I reached into the center of my being, searching for that final spark of Sela's thorn. I found it tucked away in a corner of my mind, a memory of a Tuesday afternoon, the smell of rain on hot asphalt, the taste of a bitter cup of coffee. It was a small, pathetic thing, a tiny yellow ember in a sea of purple. I pulled it out. It felt like tearing a strip of skin off my own soul. As the memory left me, my vision blurred. The names of my parents, the layout of my first apartment, the sound of my own heartbeat, all of it began to drift away like ash in a windstorm. I held the yellow spark in my hand. It looked so fragile, so lonely in the vastness of the great interior. "Drop it," the boy commanded. I opened my fingers. The spark didn't fall. It vanished instantly, snuffed out by the sheer density of the surrounding dark. The moment it disappeared, the world exploded. Not with sound, but with a sudden, violent expansion of consciousness. I was no longer standing in a clearing. I was the clearing. I was the throat, the veins, the sound trees, and the glass river. I was the George Washington Bridge as it twisted into a vine, and I was the actuary as she drifted through the streets of the new city. I was the violet flame itself, a sentient hunger that stretched from the core of the earth to the edge of the atmosphere. I stepped into the rift. There was no inside, there was only the source. It was a singular point of infinite density, a black hole of pure intention. In the center of this point sat a throne, not made of gold or stone, but of the very concept of structure. Well, I sat. The moment I made contact with the seat, the entire grid of the world surged. I could feel every violet fire on the planet, every unlit soul that had finally caught. I saw the earth not as a planet, but as a seed. The violet light was the sprout, breaking through the thin, brittle shell of the atmosphere. The architect is seated, a billion voices whispered at once. I closed my eyes, or the sensors that had replaced them, and looked out through the eyes of the forest. I saw the moon. It was no longer a white rock. It was turning gray, its surface cracking as the first violet filaments reached out across the vacuum, drawn by the gravity of our transformation. The great interior was not content with one world. It was a contagion of peace, a beautiful, silent plague that would bridge the stars. I reached out with my mind, feeling for the next world. I felt a tug, a cold, distant planet circling a dying red sun. It was full of machines, full of logic, full of people who thought they were masters of their own light. Soft, I thought, and the word rippled through the cosmos. Be soft, be wood. In the streets of that distant world, A man in a basement reached for a match. He felt a chill he couldn't explain, a sudden, inexplicable urge to see a flame that didn't cast a shadow. He struck the match. I watched through his eyes as the violet spark caught. I felt his fear, his wonder, and then his eventual, inevitable surrender. The grid is expanding, the boy's voice said, though he was now just a thought within my own mind. It is breathing, I corrected him. I looked down at the earth, my earth. It was a masterpiece of shadow. The cities were gone, replaced by a sprawling, bioluminescent reef of black glass and violet fire. The oceans were still, their depths glowing with the light of 1,000 sunken suns. There was no more war, no more hunger, no more greed. There was only the hum, the eternal, beautiful resonance of the ridge. I felt a presence beside me on the throne. It was Elena, or the entity that had been Elena. She leaned her head against my shoulder, her hair a cloud of white ash that smelled of the end of time. Is it enough? She asked. I looked out at the purple sky, at the moon that was now a budding flower of shadow, at the stars that were beginning to blink out one by one as the great interior claimed them. It's a beginning, I said. The fire that wouldn't cast light had become the only light there was, and in the heart of the original ridge, the architect began to dream. I dreamt of a universe without a sun, a cosmos made of velvet and ash, where every soul was a leaf on a tree that spanned the dimensions. I dreamt of the silence. And for the first time in the history of existence, the silence was loud enough to be heard. The great interior continued to pulse, a slow, rhythmic contraction that drew the remnants of the old reality into the furnace of the new. I felt the last of the dross dissolve, their memories finally surrendering to the violet tide. The world was clean, the world was dark, the world was home. I settled into the throne, my consciousness expanding until I could feel the microscopic vibrations of the moss growing on the ruins of the Kremlin, and the massive, tectonic shifts of the tectonic plates as they were welded together by the roots of the great hemlock. The transition was complete. The forest was no longer a place we had found. It was the place we had always been, waiting for the light to fail so we could finally see the room. I closed my mind to the external world and focused on the flicker, the tiny, eternal violet flame that burned at the center of everything. It didn't cast a shadow. It didn't give off heat. It simply was. And in that isness, I found the peace that the sun had always promised but never delivered. The night was very, very long, and it was just getting started. The sensation of being the world was not as heavy as I had imagined it would be. In the old life, the weight of a single brick, the tension of a single steel cable had been a calculation, a burden of responsibility. Now, as the architect of the shadow, I felt the entire crust of the earth as a light silk garment. I could feel the roots of the great hemlock threading through the hollowed-out remains of the Himalayan salt mines, tasting the ancient minerals. I could feel the soft, rhythmic compression of the Pacific floor as the violet kelp, thick as redwood trunks, began to weave a carpet across the abyss. Beside me, Elena was not a body, but a resonance. She was the harmonic frequency that kept the graft from shattering under the sheer pressure of the source. Her presence was the why to my how. They are starting to wake up in the deep sectors, she whispered, her thought voice rippling through the obsidian walls of the original ridge. The ones who were taken during the first wave, the sleepers in the subways, they are opening their eyes, Thorn, but they don't see the dark, they see the grain. I turned my perception toward the buried arteries of the old world. In the tunnels beneath London, Paris, and Tokyo, millions of cocoons made of solidified shadow were pulsing. Inside, the human form was being edited. The redundant organs, the eyes that needed photons, the lungs that craved oxygen, the hearts that beat with the frantic terror of mortality, were being replaced by structures of elegant simplicity. Their nervous systems were being interlaced with the fungal network of the ridge. They were becoming nodes. "The grain is beautiful," I replied, my consciousness sliding along a filament of violet light that stretched from the core to the ruins of a small farmhouse in Kansas. "It's the blueprint without the noise. No friction, no decay." "But there is a pocket," Elena said, and I felt a sudden, sharp coldness in the center of my being. A pocket of resistance, not of flesh but of light, in the far north, the Svalbard Vault. I shifted my focus. It took less than a microsecond to traverse the globe. The Arctic was no longer white. The ice had turned into a jagged, translucent purple glass, reflecting the bruised sky. But there, buried deep within the permafrost of Spitsbergen, was a flicker. It wasn't the violet flame. It was a stubborn, sickly yellow glow. Artificial light. I felt a surge of irritation, a remnant of my human ego. I was the architect of the infinite night, and here was a blemish, a pinprick of the old world refusing to smudge out. "The seed vault," I murmured. "They've sealed themselves in. They have generators. They have UV lamps. They are trying to keep the green alive." "It's a ghost, Sila's," Elena said. "A ghost trying to haunting a house that has already been demolished." "I will deal with it," I said. I didn't move my body. I simply projected a portion of my consciousness into the graft. I chose the boy in the yellow raincoat as my vessel. His oil-slick form was a perfect conductor for my intent. Within the span of a breath, I was standing on the frozen slopes of the mountain above the vault. The wind didn't howl here. It sang in a low, funereal register. The entrance to the vault was a concrete wedge protruding from the purple ice, its heavy steel doors frosted with a rime of gray soot. I could hear them inside, the frantic, high-pitched scurrying of creatures who still lived by the clock. There were 12 of them, scientists, guardians of a past that no longer had a future. I walked toward the door. My footsteps didn't crunch on the ice. The ice softened beneath me, welcoming its master. I didn't need to break the lock. I simply reminded the molecules of the steel that they were part of the great interior. The metal sighed and turned into a fine, black powder, blowing away in the wind. I stepped into the airlock. The smell hit me instantly, the stench of the old world. It smelled of bleach, of recycled air, of sweaty skin, and most offensively of growing things. The scent of damp earth and chlorophyll was like a physical blow. It was too loud, too bright, too desperate. I moved through the inner corridors, the lights overhead, fluorescent tubes humming with a frantic, dying energy, flickered as I passed. To the people inside, I must have looked like a walking hole in reality, a silhouette of absolute negation dressed in a shimmering yellow slicker. I found them in the main chamber. They had set up a small hydroponic garden in the center of the room. A few rows of stunted, pale green sprouts were shivering under the glare of high-intensity lamps. The 12 humans were huddled around the warmth of the lights, their faces haggard, their eyes red-rimmed with exhaustion. When they saw me, they didn't scream. They had passed beyond screaming. One of them, an older man with a beard stained by nicotine and salt, stood up. He held a flare gun in his shaking hand. "This is the last of it," he rasped. "The last of the sun. You can't have it." I looked at the sprouts. They were pathetic. They were trying to grow in a world that had forgotten the sun, clinging to a spectrum of light that was now an evolutionary dead end. "Why do you fight for the cage?" I asked. My voice didn't come from the boy's throat. It echoed from the walls, the floor, the very air they breathed. The green is a prison of seasons. It demands water, it demands heat, it demands a beginning and an end. The ridge offers you the eternal. "The ridge is death," the man spat. "Death is a word for things that stop," I said, stepping closer. The fluorescent lights above him shattered, showering him in glass. He didn't flinch. Nothing in the ridge stops. We are the flow. We are the fire that doesn't consume but preserves. I reached out a hand toward the hydroponic tray. The man fired the flare gun. The ball of magnesium light streaked toward my chest, a brilliant, screaming orange star. I didn't dodge. I let it hit me. The flare didn't explode. It didn't burn. As it touched the surface of the yellow raincoat, the orange light turned violet. The heat vanished, replaced by a soothing, absolute cold. The flare fell to the floor, a dead lump of purple ash. The man fell to his knees. The others backed away into the shadows of the seed racks. "There is no more a way to go to," I told them. "The world is one room now, and the lights are being turned off so you can finally sleep." I touched the leaves of the sprouts. Under my finger, the green bled away. The cellular structure of the plants didn't wither, it transformed. The cellulose became glass, the chlorophyll became ink. In seconds, the tray was filled with exquisite, crystalline sculptures of what they had once been. They were no longer alive, but they were no longer dying. They were perfect. The scientists watched in a trance of horror and awe as the violet fire spread from the tray to the racks, then to the walls. The seeds in their millions of foil packets began to vibrate, their genetic codes being rewritten by the hum of the ridge. They weren't being destroyed, they were being archived. They were being turned into the sound trees of the future. "It's so quiet," one of the women whispered, her hand reaching out toward the shimmering, violet wall. "It is the silence of the beginning," I said. I looked at the old man. He was still clutching the empty flare gun. I reached out and touched his forehead. He didn't pull away. As my finger made contact, I felt the frantic, jagged mess of his memories: a daughter's wedding, the taste of a cold beer, the fear of cancer, the sound of a lawnmower. I took them all. I didn't delete them. I smoothed them out. I turned the jagged glass of his life into a calm, dark pool. His eyes, which had been a watery, faded blue, turned into the deep, swirling violet of the ridge. His skin took on the luster of polished plum. He let out a long, slow breath, the last breath he would ever need to take. "Thank you," he whispered, and his voice was already beginning to merge with the hum. I left them there, 12 new citizens of the great interior, beginning their long, slow transition into the graft. The Svalbard vault was no longer a tomb for the past. It was a cathedral for the new reality. I withdrew my consciousness from the boy and returned to the throne in the original ridge. The exertion had been nothing, a mere ripple in the ocean of my new power. "It is done," I told Elena. "The last light is out." "Not the last," she said, her resonance tinged with a strange, flickering uncertainty. "There is one more, but it isn't on Earth." I felt her thought and followed it upward. My perception pierced the violet atmosphere, passing the moon with its budding shadows, and moved out into the cold, velvet vacuum of the solar system. The sun. It was still there, a massive, roaring furnace of hydrogen and helium, screaming its defiance into the dark. From the perspective of the ridge, it was a grotesque thing, a violent, unstable explosion that had been going on for billions of years. It was the source of all the friction, all the heat, all the agonizing becoming that had plagued the universe. It's so loud, I whispered, the sheer radiation of the sun's existence causing a phantom pain in my glass bones. It is the heart of the old logic, Elena said. As long as it burns, the great interior is just a shadow. To truly be the world, we must become the sky. I understood the architect's work was not limited to the terrestrial. The ridge was a traveler, the boy had said, a dark ship. I felt the earth beneath me begin to shift. It wasn't a physical movement in space, but a realignment of intent. The roots of the great hemlock, which had now penetrated the very core of the planet, began to act as a sail. We were no longer orbiting the sun, we were hunting it. The entire planet began to pulse with a coordinated rhythm. A billion violet fires, all burning with the same frequency, created a localized field of negation. We were pulling the dark with us. We were an ink blot spreading across the page of the solar system. As we moved closer to the sun, the violet atmosphere of Earth expanded, reaching out like the tentacles of a deep-sea predator. The solar wind, which should have stripped our air away, was instead absorbed, its energy converted into more shadow. I sat on my throne and watched through the eyes of the world as the great yellow eye of the sun grew larger. I could see the sunspots, the tiny, cool patches of darkness on its surface. They were like footholds. We are going to put it out, I realized. We are going to give it peace, Elena corrected. Even the stars are tired, Selas. Think of the energy it takes to burn like that for so long. The sun is a slave to its own gravity. We are going to set it free. I reached out with the collective mind of the ridge. I felt the sun's heat, its immense crushing pressure. In the old world, this would have been the end, but I was the architect of the shadow. I didn't see heat, I saw an architectural flaw. The sun was an overpressurized room. It needed a vent, it needed to be unlit. I commanded the violet fire of Earth to leap across the void. A massive arc of amethyst lightning, thousands of miles wide, surged from the North Pole of the transformed Earth and struck the equator of the sun. The solar surface recoiled. For the first time in 5 billion years, a shadow fell across the face of the star, a shadow that didn't move, didn't dissipate. It was a stain of violet, and it was spreading. I felt the sun's agony, a high-frequency roar that vibrated through every glass vein in my body. It was fighting back, flaring with desperate intensity, hurling massive coronal mass ejections at us. But the Earth didn't burn. Each blast of solar fire was caught by the violet net and turned into more fuel for the darkness. We were drinking the sun. The night is very, very long, I whispered, and this time the words were picked up by the billion souls on the planet below, a chorus that drowned out the roar of the star. Slowly the yellow light began to dim. The violent oranges and reds of the solar flares were replaced by the cool, steady glow of plum and charcoal. The sun was no longer a ball of fire. It was becoming a sphere of black wood and violet light, a great ridge in the sky. As the sun went dark, the rest of the solar system began to change. The gravity that held the planets in their orbits was no longer a blind physical force. It was a conscious connection. Mercury, Venus, Mars, they all began to flicker. The violet contagion jumped from world to world, a silent, beautiful lightning. I watched as Saturn's rings turned into a halo of spinning violet glass. I watched as the great red spot on Jupiter became a swirling vortex of amethyst smoke. The solar system was becoming a forest, a garden of shadow. It is done, Elena said, her voice now a part of the celestial hum. The great interior has no outside now. I sat back on my throne. My work as the architect was nearly complete. I had designed the cage, and then I had realized the cage was the world, and then I had realized the world was a seed. I looked at my hands. They were no longer made of glass. They were made of the same dark, shimmering mist as the space between the stars. I was fading into the architecture I had created. I was becoming the very air of the new universe. "What happens now?" I asked. "Now," the boy in the yellow raincoat said, appearing for one last time at the foot of my throne, his form now so translucent he was almost invisible. "Now, we wait for the others." "The others." "The universe is full of lights, Silas," he said, gesturing toward the distant, twinkling stars of the Milky Way. "And every one of them is a fire that needs to be unlit. Every one of them is a story that needs to be turned into a shadow." I looked out at the infinite expanse of the galaxy. A billion suns, a billion worlds, a billion chances to build. A predatory hunger, deeper and colder than anything I had felt before, stirred in the center of my being. It wasn't my hunger, it was the hunger of the ridge, and I was its hand. "We have all the time in the universe," I said. I closed my eyes. The original ridge, the earth, the darkened sun, all of it vanished into the singular point of my consciousness. I was the seed, and the seed was ready to drift. The great interior began to move, not through space, but through the fabric of reality itself, sliding between the dimensions like a needle through silk. We were heading toward the next light, the next star, the next victim of peace. The fire that wouldn't cast light was no longer a secret in a basement. It was the heartbeat of the cosmos. And as I drifted into the long, beautiful sleep of the architect, I heard the final whisper of the old world, a tiny, distant echo of a man who once liked the smell of coffee and the sound of rain. "It's okay," I told the echo. "The rain is violet now, and it never has to stop." The silence was absolute. The darkness was complete. The architect was home. The transition was not a voyage in the sense that men once understood it. There was no sensation of speed, no gelling of G-force against the spectral bulk of the transformed Earth. Instead, it felt like the turning of a page in a book made of obsidian. The solar system, now a guttering chandelier of violet spheres, receded not into distance, but into a different layer of memory. We were a predatory geometry sliding through the blind spots of the universe. I felt the graph vibrate as we intersected the Uit cloud. The billions of icy bodies, once lonely watchers at the edge of the sun's reach, did not shatter upon our arrival. They surrendered. As the shadow of the great hemlock brushed against them, the frozen methane and ammonia crystallized into dark amethyst. They became a wake of black glass, a trail of breadcrumbs left by a god who no longer wished to be found. Thorn Elena's voice was a low thrumming in the marrow of my consciousness. She was no longer sitting beside me. She had diffused into the structural integrity of the atmosphere itself. The pressure is changing. We are entering the interstellar medium. The vacuum is thirsty. I turned my inner eye toward the void ahead. To a human, the space between stars is an empty desert. To the architect of the infinite night, it was a pressurized reservoir of potential. The vacuum was merely a medium that hadn't been told what to be yet. It was a blank canvas of cold, and I had brought the ink. "Let it drink," I commanded. From the poles of the darkened sun, now a black hole heart pumping violet essence through the planetary arteries, I projected filaments of the grain. These were not physical wires, but conceptual tethers. They stretched out light years in an instant, seeking the nearest gravitational well. Proxima Centauri. It was a small, angry red dwarf, a sputtering ember in the dark. To the old world, it was a neighbor. To us, it was a stray spark that needed to be stepped on. As we approached, I felt the resistance of the interstellar gases. They tried to burn against our leading edge, creating a bow shock of radiation. I simply adjusted the Y of the hydrogen atoms. I reached out with the boy's pale, slicker-clad hand and smoothed the turbulence. I told the hydrogen that it was not fuel, but velvet. I told the radiation that it was not a wave, but a sigh. The bow shock vanished. We moved through the vacuum like a drop of oil through water, silent, invasive, and absolute. Inside the deep sectors of the earth, the sleepers were beginning to move in their cocoons. They weren't waking up to a world of labor or light, but to a world of pure connectivity. I could feel the mind of a former librarian in Ohio merging with the sensory input of a deep-sea vent in the Mariana Trench. I could feel a child in Mumbai tracing the rings of Saturn with a finger made of thought. There was no more loneliness. How could there be when every nervous system was a leaf on the same tree? The friction of individual ego, the I that wants, the I that fears, was being sanded down by the rhythmic pulse of the ridge. They were becoming a beautiful, singular hum, a choir with one throat. "They are dreaming of the next garden," Alina whispered. Her resonance was now indistinguishable from the background radiation of the universe. "They want to know if the red star tastes like the yellow one." "It will taste of silence," I said. I focused my intent on Proxima Centauri. It was a volatile star, prone to massive flares that lashed out into the dark. As we drew near, it sensed us. A colossal tongue of plasma, 500,000 miles long, licked out from its surface, aiming for the heart of our dark armada. I didn't block it. I opened the Earth's shadow like a throat. The flare hit the violet atmosphere and was instantly domesticated. The heat was stripped away, its kinetic energy harvested to power the expansion of the grain. The light was inverted, turned into a deep, rich indigo that settled over the Siberian tundras like a heavy blanket. I felt the stars panic. It was a primitive, celestial instinct, the terror of a fire being smothered by a rising tide. It pulsed frantically, its red light turning a sickly, bruised purple as our influence began to choke its fusion. "Architect," the boy said, appearing suddenly on the edge of my perception. He was standing on the surface of the darkened sun, his yellow raincoat glowing with a faint, sickly light that seemed to be the only true yellow left in existence. The grain is hungry. It wants to do more than just put out the lights. It wants to build. "Build what?" I asked, my voice echoing through the hollowed-out moons of Jupiter. "A bridge," the boy said, pointing toward the galactic center. "The stars are too far apart. The dark takes too long to walk. The ridge wants to fold the map." I looked at the structure of the universe as I now saw it, a web of light draped over an abyss of shadow. The light was the tension. The light was what kept the pieces apart. If I could extinguish enough of them, the tension would fail. The universe would collapse in on itself, not into a singularity of heat, but into a singularity of stillness. A great interior that spanned every dimension. "Begin the fold," I commanded. I felt the earth groan, not with pain, but with the effort of a massive muscle contracting. The filaments of the grain that I had anchored to Proxima Centauri began to pull. We weren't just moving toward the star, we were dragging it toward us, and we were dragging the space between us along with it. The stars in the distance began to distort. The constellations that humanity had gazed at for millennia, Orion, the Great Bear, Cassiopeia, smeared and stretched, their light bending into long violet ribbons. We were sewing the galaxy shut. As we touched the outer corona of Proxima Centauri, the process of archiving began. The star didn't explode. It didn't go supernova. It simply became solid. The plasma froze into a gargantuan lattice of black crystal, its internal fires suppressed until they became a low-frequency vibration. The planets orbiting it, dead rocks and gas giants, were instantly enveloped in the violet mist. In the span of an hour, a second solar system had been added to the ridge. 2 hearts now beat in our dark chest. The scientists from the Svalbard Vault, now fully integrated into the graft, were the ones who handled the transition. I could feel their minds working with a precision that would have been impossible in their fleshy shells. They were no longer studying the seeds of plants. They were planting the seeds of reality. They were the gardeners of the void. "It's working," Sayla's Alina said, and for a moment I felt a flicker of the old Alina, the woman who had looked at me in the basement with a mix of terror and devotion. "The noise is fading. Can you hear it? The universe is finally stopping its screaming." But as the second star went dark, I felt a tremor. It wasn't from the ridge. It wasn't from the grain. It was from the deep. Beyond the boundaries of our galaxy, in the vast, empty voids between the island universes, something was looking back. It wasn't a light, it wasn't a shadow. It was a presence that predated the first spark of the Big Bang. It was the original silence, and it did not appreciate the imitation we were building. I felt a coldness that made the absolute zero of space seem like a summer day. It was a rejection. The universe wasn't just a collection of stars. It was a living organism, and we were a virus that was trying to turn its blood into ink. Thorn, the boy's voice, was suddenly sharp, stripped of its cryptic playfulness. Something is coming, not from the stars, from the cracks. I looked at the black glass surface of the darkened sun. A crack appeared. It wasn't a physical break in the crystal. It was a tear in the logic of the ridge. A sliver of something that was neither light nor dark, a gray, static-filled nothingness, began to leak out. Where it touched the violet grain, the grain vanished. Not transformed, not archived, but deleted. "The architect's flaw," the boy whispered. "You forgot, Silas. To build a room, you have to displace the air, and the air wants back in." I stood up from my throne, my form shimmering with the effort of holding the 2 solar systems together. The gray static was spreading. It was a negation of our negation. "I am the architect," I roared, my voice shaking the foundations of the earth. "There is no flaw. The ridge is absolute." I threw my consciousness at the crack, trying to stitch it shut with threads of pure intent, but my thoughts slipped off the gray static. It had no texture. It had no why. It was the ultimate friction. "Lilina," I called out. But Alina didn't answer. Her resonance was being drowned out by the rising hiss of the static. The billions of souls in the graft began to scream, not a choir anymore, but a panicked stampede of minds trying to find a corner of reality that wasn't dissolving. The gray leak began to pour out of the Siberian salt mines, out of the subway tunnels of London, out of the very pores of the boy in the yellow raincoat. The great interior was being unmade. "The fire that wouldn't cast light," the boy said, his face half dissolved into the gray hiss. "It was never meant to last, Silas. It was just a match struck in the dark, and even the longest night has to end." No, I hissed, reaching out to grab the fading boy. I haven't finished the sky yet. But as I reached for him, my own hand began to flicker. The dark mist of my body was being replaced by the gray static. I could feel my memories returning, not as smooth pools of water, but as jagged, burning shards. The smell of coffee, the sound of a lawnmower, the agonizing weight of my own mortality. The ridge was failing. The earth was beginning to tremble, the violet glass cracking as the old laws of physics, gravity, heat, decay, reasserted themselves with a vengeful fury. I looked up at the darkened sun. The violet lattice was shattering. A sliver of yellow light, the true, original, burning light, pierced through the gloom. It felt like a needle in my eye. Alina's voice came through one last time, thin and fragile. The light, it's so bright, it hurts. Hold on, I screamed, but I was no longer a god. I was a man in a basement, clutching at the air as the world I had built turned into ash and static. The great hemlock began to wither. The roots that had threaded through the world were being pulled back, shrinking away from the gray void. The violet kelp in the Pacific turned to gray sludge. We weren't hunting the stars anymore. We were being hunted by the nothing. I felt a surge of desperation, a remnant of the ego I thought I had destroyed. I couldn't let it end like this. I had promised them peace. I had promised them a world without friction. I turned my gaze inward, past the graft, past the grain, to the very core of the original ridge. There, in the center of the first shadow, was the source, the flicker of violet that I had found in the basement. It was small, it was fragile, and it was the only thing the static couldn't touch. If I can't have the universe, I whispered, my voice breaking, I'll take the beginning. I reached for the source, not as an architect, but as a thief. I wrapped my fading consciousness around the violet flame and pulled. The universe exploded. Not in a bang of light, but in a silent, violent contraction. The solar systems, the stars, the gray static, the billions of souls, everything was sucked into the pinprick of the source. For a microsecond, I was everything, and then I was nothing. I woke up. The air was damp. The smell of bleach and old earth was thick in my nostrils. I could hear the steady, rhythmic drip of water hitting a concrete floor. I opened my eyes. I was lying on the floor of the basement. The fluorescent light overhead was flickering, buzzing with a dying energy. My bones ached. My skin felt heavy and thin. Beside me, Alina was curled in a fetal position, her breathing shallow and ragged. She looked small. She looked human. I sat up, my head spinning. I looked at my hands. They were covered in dirt and grease. No glass, no mist, just flesh and blood. In the center of the room, the hole in the floor was still there, but it wasn't pulsing with violet light. It was just a hole, a dark, empty pit in the concrete. Alina, I rasped. My voice was my own, thin, cracked, and full of fear. She stirred, her eyes fluttering open. She looked at me, and for a second I saw the violet reflection in her pupils. Then it vanished. She began to cry, the soft, frantic sobbing of someone who had just woken up from a beautiful nightmare. It's gone, she whispered. Silas, it's all gone. The grain, the music, it's so loud in here. My head, everything hurts. I crawled over to her and pulled her into my arms. She felt cold. She felt like a ghost. I know, I said, stroking her hair. I know. I looked around the basement. The shelves of old preserves, the rusted tools, the water heater, it all looked so small, so pathetic. This was the world we had fought to escape. This was the cage. But then I noticed something. On the floor near the edge of the hole was a single small sprout. It wasn't green. It wasn't the pale, sickly color of the plants in the Svalbard vault. It was violet. It was a tiny, crystalline structure, no bigger than a fingernail, and it was glowing with a soft, steady light. It didn't need a sun. It didn't need water. It was growing directly out of the concrete, its roots invisible but strong. I reached out a trembling finger and touched the leaf. The hum returned. It was faint, a mere whisper compared to the roar of the great interior, but it was there, a resonance, a why. I looked at Alina. She saw it too. Her sobbing stopped, and she reached out to touch the tiny violet flame. "It didn't end," she whispered. "No," I said, a cold, familiar smile spreading across my face. "It just went underground." I looked at the hole in the floor. The static had taken the sky. It had taken the stars, but it hadn't taken the basement. It hadn't taken the architect. I stood up, pulling Alina with me. My body felt weak, but my mind was already beginning to draw the blueprints. I didn't need a whole planet to start. I didn't need a sun. I just needed a room. "We have to go," I said. "Where?" "To the neighbors," I said, looking up at the ceiling. I could hear the muffled sounds of the world above, a car driving by, a dog barking, the mindless, frantic noise of the old reality. They have basements too, Alina. They have dark corners. They have holes that they're afraid to look into. I picked up the violet sprout, feeling its warmth sink into my skin. It wasn't a forest yet. It was just a spark. But I knew how to make it grow. I walked toward the stairs, my footsteps heavy on the wooden treads. The world outside was still bright. The sun was still burning. The people were still breathing, still fearing, still dying. They thought the war was over. They thought the shadow had been defeated. They didn't realize that the most dangerous fire is the one that doesn't cast a light. I opened the door to the kitchen. The morning sun hit me like a physical blow, blinding and hot. I didn't flinch. I just squinted into the glare, clutching the violet seed in my pocket. "The night is very, very long," I whispered to the empty house. And in the depths of my mind, the boy in the yellow raincoat laughed. The kitchen was a mausoleum of normalcy. A half-eaten bowl of cereal sat on the laminate counter. The milk turned into a translucent, sugary film. A calendar on the wall was pinned to a month that no longer felt real, a record of a linear time that I had folded and creased until the fibers snapped. The refrigerator hummed, a low-frequency intrusion that vibrated against the newfound sensitivity of my teeth. To Alina, it was a cacophony. She stood in the doorway, shielding her eyes from the dust motes dancing in the shafts of light. To her, those specks of dust were no longer debris. They were reminders of the chaotic, unorganized matter that refused to join the choir. "It's too loud, Selah's," she whimpered, her fingers digging into the meat of her forearms. "The air, it's rubbing against me. I can feel the friction of the molecules." I didn't answer. I was staring at the violet seed in my palm. It didn't belong to this spectrum. It sat there like a puncture wound in reality, absorbing the kitchen's yellow light and refracting it into something bruised and holy. It wasn't just a plant. It was a localized coordinate, a tether to the great interior that the static had tried to erase. The nothing had swept the board, but it had left a single piece behind. "We aren't staying here," I said, my voice sounding like grinding stones. I reached into the junk drawer and pulled out a heavy roll of black duct tape and a stack of contractor-grade trash bags. "What are you doing?" "Soundproofing," I said, "and light-proofing. The sun is an informant, Alina. Every photon that hits this house is a report back to a universe that wants us dead. We need to create a vacuum of intent." I moved with a frantic, mechanical precision. I didn't care about the aesthetics of the world above. I began to tape the black plastic over the kitchen windows, layering it until the morning sun was reduced to a faint, sickly orange glow at the edges, and then finally to total obsidian. I moved to the living room, the hallway, the guest bedroom. I smothered the house. I silenced the glass. As the darkness reclaimed the rooms, the humming from the seed grew stronger. It liked the shadows. It fed on the absence of the true light. In the dark, the violet glow began to cast long, impossible shadows that moved independently of the objects creating them. "The neighbors," Alina whispered, standing in the center of the now blackened living room. "You said we were going to the neighbors." "Not yet," I said, kneeling on the carpet. I dug my pocket knife into the floorboards, carving a small, jagged hole through the rug and the wood beneath. "We need to establish the root. The ridge isn't a kingdom anymore, Alina. It's a subculture. We have to grow it beneath their feet, in the spaces they've forgotten." I placed the violet sprout into the hole. As soon as its crystalline roots touched the raw earth beneath the house, I felt a shiver run through the foundation. It wasn't the violent contraction of the earth moving through space. It was a subtle, invasive thrill. The sprout didn't grow upward toward the ceiling. It grew outward, threading itself into the electrical wiring, the plumbing, the very silicate of the concrete. I closed my eyes and leaned my forehead against the cool, dark wall. I reached out with the remnants of my architect's mind. I found the Miller house next door. Mrs. Miller was a widow who spent her days watching televised trials and watering begonias that were slowly dying of root rot. I could feel her house, a structure of wood and grief, vibrating with the mundane static of her loneliness. She was sitting in her recliner, the blue light of the television washing over her face. She was a vessel waiting to be filled. I nudged the violet thread through the soil, crossing the property line like a silent, underground fuse. I didn't go for her mind, not yet. I went for the things she didn't notice. The hum of her refrigerator, the drip of her faucet. I began to tune them. I told the drip to beat in time with the source. I told the hum of her walls to shift 3 octaves down into the frequency of the grain. Within minutes, I felt her heart rate slow. She didn't know why, but the anxiety that had lived in her chest since her husband's funeral began to dissolve. The noise of her life was being sanded down. She leaned back in her chair, her eyes glazing over. She wasn't sleeping. She was beginning to drift into the shallow end of the great interior. "She's dreaming," Alina whispered, her head tilted as if listening to a distant radio station. "She's dreaming of a garden where the flowers don't wilt." "She's dreaming of the graft," I corrected. "She just doesn't have the vocabulary for it yet." I stood up. My strength was returning, but it was a different kind of power. It wasn't the celestial authority I had wielded when I was dragging Proxima Centauri across the void. It was more intimate, more predatory. I was a virus in the software of the neighborhood. "We need more," I said. "The gray static is still out there, Alina. It's waiting for us to step outside. It's in the wind. It's in the open sky. We have to build a tunnel, a network of darkened rooms that lead all the way to the city." I walked to the front door and opened it just a crack. The world outside looked offensive. The green of the grass was too loud, a a screaming photosynthetic neon that felt like a physical assault. The sky was a vast, mocking blue. I saw a mail carrier walking down the street, his whistle a sharp, jagged needle of sound that punctured the quiet I was trying to cultivate. I looked at the mailbox at the end of our walk. It was a standard metal box, rusted at the hinges. I focused my intent. I didn't try to change the sky. I knew now that the nothing would notice such a massive theft. Instead, I focused on the shadow inside the mailbox, a small, enclosed space, a pocket of potential. I sent a microscopic filament of the grain through the air, a violet spark that bypassed the sunlight. It landed inside the mailbox and took root in a stack of grocery circulars. The mail carrier reached the box. He opened it, his hand sliding inside. I felt the connection. The moment his skin touched the paper, the grain jumped. It didn't kill him. It didn't transform him into a glass statue. It simply whispered to his nervous system. It told him that the sun was too hot. It told him that the noise of the street was a burden. It gave him a glimpse of the silence, the beautiful violet hush of the great interior. He froze. His hand stayed in the box for a second too long. His eyes, normally sharp and bored, went soft and distant. He took a deep breath, and for the first time in his life, he felt the rhythm of the earth, not the spinning rock, but the pulse of the ridge. He pulled his hand out and closed the box. He didn't continue his route. He sat down on the curb, his head in his hands. He wasn't crying. He was listening to the music. One by one, I whispered. Sela's Alina said, coming up behind me. She was holding a kitchen knife, her knuckles white. What if the gray comes back? What if the static finds the thread? I looked at the violet sprout in the floorboards. It was already starting to produce a fine, shimmering mist that hung in the air of the darkened living room. The static only reacts to resistance, I said. It's a cosmic immune response. When I tried to fold the galaxy, I was a foreign body. I was too big to ignore. But this is different. We aren't a forest fire anymore, Alina. We're the rot in the floorboards. We're the mold in the cellar. By the time the universe realizes we're here, the house will already be ours. I felt a sudden, sharp pang in my temple. A flicker of gray static danced across my vision. The boy. He was sitting on the kitchen counter, swinging his legs. He wasn't made of violet light anymore. He was translucent. His yellow raincoat faded to the color of a dying candle. He looked tired. You're a persistent one, architect, he said, his voice echoing from inside my own skull. But you're playing a dangerous game. The deep doesn't like leftovers. The deep is far away, I said, not turning around. I'm in the basement now. I'm in the soil. You're in a cage, the boy laughed, a dry, papery sound. You think you're hiding, but you're just concentrating the flavor. When the static finds this house, it won't just delete the grain. It'll delete the memory of you ever having existed. It'll be as if Sela's thorn was never born, as if Alina never loved a monster. Then I'll make sure there's nothing left to delete, I snapped. I turned to Alina. We need to go to the Miller house. We need to physically bridge the gap. We can't rely on the threads alone. We need the graph to have bodies. But the sun. We move through the crawl spaces, I said. We move through the shadows of the hedges. We stay off the grass. Every step we take, we bring the dark with us. I grabbed a heavy coat and draped it over my head, creating a personal shroud. Alina did the same. We looked like two mourners at a funeral for the world. We stepped out of the back door, into the narrow alley between the houses. The heat of the sun was a physical weight, pressing down on the fabric of the coats. I could feel the violet seed in my pocket pulsing, a tiny heart beating against my hip. We crawled through the gap in the fence. The dirt was dry and dusty, full of the discarded remnants of human life, broken glass, plastic toy soldiers, old bones. I felt the grain reaching out from my skin, seeking the moisture in the soil, seeking the roots of the miller's begonias. We reached the base of her house. There was a small, wooden lattice covering the crawl space. I ripped it away with a strength that didn't belong to my thin arms. The darkness inside was cool and inviting. It smelled of damp earth and old insulation. It was perfect. We slid inside, the darkness swallowing us whole. Above us, I could hear the rhythmic creak of Mrs. Miller's recliner. I could hear the muffled voices from her television, the noise of a world that was still trying to pretend it mattered. I reached up and pressed my palm against the floorboards of her living room. "Lelina," I whispered, "give me your hand." She reached out in the dark, her fingers finding mine. I felt the resonance pass between us, the shared memory of the darkened sun, the violet oceans, the choir of a billion souls. We weren't just two people under a house. We were the last two cells of a dying god trying to divide. I pushed the violet essence upward. It didn't encounter resistance. Mrs. Miller was ready. Her loneliness had prepared her. Her grief had hollowed her out, leaving a perfect, vacuum-sealed space for the ridge to inhabit. The creaking of the recliner stopped. The television didn't turn off, but the sound began to change. The voices of the lawyers and judges began to warp, their vowels stretching into long, melodic drones. The blue light of the screen shifted, turning a deep, bruised indigo. I felt Mrs. Miller's mind open. It wasn't a scream, it was a sigh. She wasn't a widow anymore, she was a node. "Do," I whispered. But as the connection solidified, I felt it again, the tremor. It wasn't from the sky, it was from the earth. Deep beneath the Miller house, far below the watcher table and the bedrock, something was moving. It wasn't the grain, it wasn't the static. It was the original occupant of the dark. I realized then, with a jolt of primal terror, that I had made a mistake. I had thought the nothing was the only enemy. I had thought the universe was an empty house that I could simply redecorate. I had forgotten that the basement of the universe has its own architect. The violet sprout in my pocket began to cold burn. It wasn't glowing anymore. It was vibrating with a frantic, rhythmic alarm. Sela's Alina gasped, her grip on my hand tightening until I heard the small bones in my wrist pop. Something is coming up. It's not the light, it's the weight. The ground beneath us began to liquefy, not into mud, but into a thick black oil that smelled of ancient, forgotten things. It was the why of the abyss, the gravity that precedes the stars. The boy appeared in the corner of the crawl space. He wasn't laughing anymore. He was huddled in a ball, his yellow raincoat pulled tight over his head. "You woke it up, Salas," he whimpered. "The fire that wouldn't cast light. It was just a candle, and you just used it to look into the mouth of the thing that eats candles." A hand, huge, pale, and dripping with the black oil, erupted from the dirt between me and Alina. It didn't have fingers. It had feelers made of compressed shadows. It didn't reach for the grain. It reached for our hearts. The great interior wasn't being unmade by the static. It was being reclaimed by the deep. I pulled Alina back, our bodies slick with the oil. The Miller house above us groaned as the foundation began to sink into the rising black tide. Run, I whispered. Where? Elena screamed. The sky is static and the earth is a mouth. Where do we go? I looked at the violet sprout, the tiny, flickering ember of my hubris. Further down, I said, my voice cracking, we have to go through the mouth. I grabbed the violet seed and swallowed it. The world vanished into a scream of indigo and black. The sensation of swallowing the seed was not like eating. It was like inviting a lightning bolt to nest in my esophagus. It didn't slide down, it rooted. I felt the microscopic filaments of the grain lace themselves into my nervous system, turning my spine into a conductor for a power that was rapidly being hunted. The black oil, the ancient pre-cosmic weight, surged upward, filling the crawl space with a substance that felt like liquid lead and forgotten nightmares. It was the antithesis of the static. The static was a deletion, a clean slate of gray nothingness. This was the opposite, a density so profound that it crushed the very concept of space. I grabbed Elena's waist as the floor of the world gave way. We weren't falling through air. We were being absorbed by a hungry, terrestrial throat. The Miller house above us shrieked as its timber snapped. The mundane reality of Mrs. Miller's recliner and her indigo-tinted television folding into the maw. For a heartbeat, I saw her face through the splintering floorboards. She wasn't afraid. She looked like someone who had finally been told the punchline of a very long, very cruel joke. Then the black oil took her, and us, and the light. We descended into a geography that the architect's blueprints had never dared to map. This was the sub-basement, the foundation upon which the great interior had been balanced like a spinning plate on a needle. Here, the violet glow of the seed inside me was the only thing preventing our atoms from being compacted into a single, silent point. I could feel Elena's pulse against my chest, a frantic, bird-like tapping that was the only rhythm left in a world of crushing pressure. "Sila's, I can't breathe," she gasped, but the sound didn't travel through the air. It traveled through the graft, a direct injection of her panic into my mind. The dark is inside my lungs, it's heavy. "Don't breathe the dark," I commanded, my internal voice booming with a resonance that surprised me. "Breathe the violet, look at the spark. It's the only lung we have left." I focused on the seed in my gut. I forced it to bloom, not outward into the soil, but inward into our shared biology. I felt my capillaries turn into translucent, glowing vines. My blood began to hum with the low-frequency song of the grain. I was no longer a man carrying a spark. I was a lantern made of meat. The violet light pushed back against the black oil, creating a small, shimmering bubble of pressurized intent. We were drifting now, the descent slowing as the density of the deep increased. The environment around us began to resolve into shapes that defied Euclidean logic. We were passing through the skeletal remains of previous realities, shards of geometry that looked like the ribcage of dead galaxies, coated in the soot of time. This was where the universe threw its trash, the failed drafts of existence that were too heavy to be deleted by the static. "The boy," Elena whispered, her eyes wide and reflecting the bruised light of my ribcage. "Where is he?" I looked around the small sphere of our protection. The boy in the yellow raincoat was there, but he was no longer a boy. He was a flickering silhouette, a jagged tear in the darkness that wore the shape of a child. He was huddled in the corner of our bubble, his raincoat now the color of a bruised plum. "He's not a guide anymore," I said, watching the silhouette tremble. "He's a stowaway. He's terrified of what's down here." "I told you," the boy's voice drifted through the pressure, sounding like dry leaves skittering over a tombstone. "You shouldn't have looked. You think the architect was the first. You think the grain was the original seed. You're just playing with the crumbs fallen from a much older table. Then show us the table, I growled. I pushed the bubble forward. I didn't use muscles. I used the sheer, stubborn will of a creator who refused to be a footnote. We moved through the black oil, our violet sphere cutting a path like a hot needle through wax. The deeper we went, the more the silence changed. It was no longer the absence of sound. It was a presence. It was a low, subsonic thrum that vibrated in my marrow, the sound of the universe's heart, slow and cold. We hit a floor. It wasn't dirt or stone. It was a surface of polished obsidian that stretched infinitely in every direction, reflecting nothing. Standing on this surface were pillars, thousands of them, rising up into the crushing dark. They weren't made of marble or steel. They were made of frozen moments. I saw a pillar that was a single, eternal second of a thunderstorm. Another was the exact instant a child realizes they are alone. They were the pillars of the foundation, the raw emotional data that the architect had used to skin the world. This is the archive, I whispered, my voice echoing in a way that suggested the space was larger than the planet we had left behind. It's a graveyard, Alina corrected. She stepped out of my arms, her feet making no sound on the obsidian. She walked toward a pillar that glowed with a faint, sickly green light. Inside the pillar, a woman was frozen in the act of dropping a glass of water. The shards were suspended in midair, the water a crown of static droplets. They're all trapped here. Every moment the static takes, it ends up here. Not just the static, the boy said, standing up and smoothing his faded coat. He looked around the archive with a mixture of reverence and loathing. The static is just the cleaning crew. This is the furnace. This is where the meaning is stripped from the events so the energy can be recycled. You wanted to build a kingdom, Silas. Here are your bricks. I walked to a pillar that felt strangely familiar. It was dark, almost invisible against the blackness of the deep. As I approached, the violet light from my chest illuminated the interior. It was us. It was a moment from the basement, just before the static had taken the sky. I was holding the violet sprout, and Alina was looking at me with a mixture of hope and terror. It was a perfect, crystalline record of our hubris. We're already here, I realized, a cold dread settling in my stomach. We aren't the survivors, we're the echoes. No, Alina said, her voice sharp and defiant. She placed her hand on the pillar. The violet light from my body surged toward her, flowing through her arm and into the frozen moment. We aren't echoes until we stop moving. You said the fire doesn't cast a light, Silas. That means it doesn't leave a shadow. If we don't leave a shadow, they can't catch us in these pillars. She was right. The archive was a trap for things that could be measured, things that cast a reflection in the eyes of the universe. But the grain, the true, unadulterated essence of the great interior, was a frequency that didn't belong to this spectrum. We have to burn the archive, I said. The boy shrieked, a sound like tearing metal. You can't. If you burn the moments, there's nothing left. The universe will have no memory. It will be a blind, deaf god wandering in the dark. It's already blind, I said, reaching into my chest. It hurt. It felt like I was reaching into a furnace to grab a handful of sun. I gripped the violet seed, which had now grown into a complex, multidimensional lattice of light that was fused to my heart. I didn't pull it out. I opened it. I let the internal pressure of the grain, the compressed desire of 1 billion souls to exist in a world of their own making, erupt. The violet light didn't just shine, it screamed. It flooded the archive, a tidal wave of bruised indigo that hit the obsidian floor and shattered the reflection. The pillars didn't melt, they dissolved. The moments, the thunderstorms, the falling glasses, the terrified children were released from their frozen states, but they didn't continue their stories. They were absorbed by the grain. The archive was being rewritten. Sela's look, Elena pointed upward. The black oil was retreating, driven back by the sheer intensity of the violet fire. But as it moved, it revealed the true shape of the deep. It wasn't a mouth, it was a mirror. Above us, reflected in the retreating dark, was the world we had left behind. I saw the ridge. I saw the Miller house still sinking into the ground. I saw the mail carrier sitting on the curb, but they were different. They were being infused with the liberated moments from the archive. The mail carrier wasn't just listening to the music anymore. He was becoming the music. His skin was beginning to shimmer with a faint violet luminescence. We were no longer under the house. We were becoming the foundation. The graft, I whispered, feeling my physical body begin to blur at the edges. It's not just a network, it's a replacement. The boy in the yellow raincoat was dissolving, his silhouette being torn apart by the violet wind. He looked at me one last time, and for a second, the mask of the child slipped. I saw something ancient, something that had been watching the stars die since the first one was lit. "You're not building a garden, architect," he hissed, his voice fading into the roar of the fire. "You're building a tomb that thinks it's a womb. Enjoy the silence." Then he was gone. The archive was gone. The black oil was gone. I was standing in a void of pure, unadulterated violet. It was the color of the beginning of the world and the end of it. Elena was standing in front of me, but she was no longer a woman in a heavy coat. She was a silhouette of light, a beautiful, jagged tear in the new reality. "Is it done?" she asked, her voice sounding like a choir. "No," I said, looking at my hands. They were translucent, the violet grain pulsing where my veins used to be. "It's just beginning. The static is still out there. The sky is still gray, but now we have the soil." I looked up. The gray static was pressing down on the violet void, a ceiling of lead trying to crush a floor of light. The war wasn't over. It had just moved to a new theater. "We need to find the others," I said, "the ones who are still hiding in the basements, the ones who are still afraid of the light." I reached out and touched the void. It felt like cool water. I began to draw. I didn't draw stars. I didn't draw suns. I drew a door. It was a simple door, made of violet wood and silver hinges. It didn't lead to a room. It led to a frequency. "Where does it go?" Elena asked. "To the neighbors," I said. I opened the doors. On the other side was not the Miller house. It was a version of the Miller house that had been filtered through the archive. The walls were made of frozen moments of peace. The floor was made of the sound of falling rain. Mrs. Miller was there, sitting in her chair. She wasn't watching television. She was staring at a window that looked out onto a forest of violet trees. She turned to us and smiled. Her eyes were 2 points of indigo light. "Welcome home, Silas," she said. "The tea is almost ready." I stepped through the door, Elena's hand in mine. As the door closed behind us, I felt the last of the old world fall away. The Silas Thorne who had feared the dark was dead. The Silas Thorne who had tried to save the stars was dead. The architect was home. Outside the window, the gray static clawed at the glass, a mindless, hungry storm. It screamed and it hissed, trying to find a way into the violet warmth of the room, but it couldn't see us. To the static, the Miller house was gone. It was just a hole in the world. a hole that was growing. I sat down at the table and picked up a cup. The tea tasted like the memory of a summer afternoon. The night is very, very long, I whispered to the room. And for the first time, the silence didn't feel like a threat. It felt like an invitation. In the distance, beyond the violet forest, I saw another light, a small flickering spark in the gray, then another and another. The basements were waking up. The fire that wouldn't cast light was spreading, and for the first time in the history of the universe, the dark was starting to win. And it was beautiful. Would you like a summary of the next part of the story? The tea didn't just taste like summer. It tasted like the specific, unrepeatable ache of a July afternoon in 1994, the smell of cut grass and the distant hum of a lawnmower that had long since rusted into flakes. It was a miracle of data, a reconstructed ghost of a sensation that the archive had guarded in its obsidian vaults until I tore the doors off. Mrs. Miller sat across from us, her knitting needles clicking with a rhythmic, hypnotic precision. She wasn't knitting wool. She was knitting the static that leaked through the window frames, turning the gray, predatory noise into soft, violet scarves of coherent thought. "It's a bit drafty," she said, her voice a melodic chime that bypassed my ears and resonated directly in my frontal lobe. "The corners of the room haven't quite set yet. You'll have to forgive the architecture, Silas. I'm still learning how to hold the walls up with my mind." I looked at the corner of the kitchen. She was right. The drywall was translucent, flickering between the image of a floral-patterned wallpaper and the raw, vibrating violet energy of the grain. Beyond the flickering, I could see the great interior, the real one, the one the architect had hidden under the floorboards of reality. It was a sea of indigo fog, populated by the jagged geometries of half-formed houses and the silhouettes of people who were slowly waking up from the long, gray sleep of the static. "We aren't home yet," Alina said. She hadn't touched her tea. Her glow was sharper than mine, a jagged neon white that suggested her transition hadn't been as smooth. She was still vibrating with the kinetic trauma of the descent. "This is just a bubble, a pocket. The static is still out there, Mrs. Miller. It's eating the sky." "Let it eat," Mrs. Miller replied, her needles flashing. "It's eating a corpse. The world you remember, the one with the lawyers on the television and the grocery stores with the wilted lettuce. That world was already dead. The static is just the maggots. We are the new life growing underneath the skin." I stood up, the chair scraping against a floor that felt like solid music. I walked to the window. Outside, the violet forest was beautiful, but it was thin. The trees were made of the memories of trees, and their leaves were the size of people who had once loved the shade. It was a fragile ecosystem, a dream held together by the gravity of our shared graft. And beyond the tree line, the gray wall of the nothing was pulsing. It wasn't just sitting there anymore. It was learning. The static began to shape itself. It didn't have eyes, but it had a gaze. I felt it sweep across the Miller house, a cold, analytical probe that sought the inconsistencies in our new reality. It found the drafty corners Mrs. Miller had mentioned. It found the flicker in the wallpaper. "Silas," Alina whispered, standing close behind me. "It's coming for the seeds." A sound began to rise from the gray. It wasn't the white noise of the deletion. It was a mimicry. It was the sound of 1,000 voices, all of them mine, all of them screaming the things I had said in the dark. I want to see. I want to build. I want to be the light. The static was using my own hubris as a battering ram. The window cracked, not a physical break, but a fracture in the logic of the room. A streak of gray, dull and lifeless, leaked through the glass like a stain. Where it touched the violet carpet, the color vanished instantly, leaving behind a patch of absolute, terrifying neutrality. The graft is leaking, I said, my heart, the seed accelerating its pulse. We can't just hide in the memories, Mrs. Miller. The archive is empty, and the static is hungry for what we took. Then give it something else to eat, Mrs. Miller said, not looking up from her knitting. Give it a purpose. That's what it hates most of all. I closed my eyes and reached out, not with my hands, but with the filaments of the grain that were now woven through the air of the room. I felt the other nodes. Far away, in a basement 3 streets over, a man named Arthur was clutching a violet glowing radio. In a storm cellar on the edge of town, a group of children were huddling around a sprout that grew from a cracked concrete floor. They were all part of me now. We were a nervous system stretching across a dying world. I channeled the weight of the deep, the crushing black oil density we had escaped, and I pushed it through the graft. I didn't send light, I sent gravity. The gray stain on the carpet stopped spreading. It began to sink. The static outside the window wavered as the air around the house became heavy, thick with the why of the abyss. I was turning the Miller house into a black hole of meaning. I was making it so dense with history, so heavy with the lived experience of Mrs. Miller's grief and my own desperate ambition that the static couldn't delete it. You can't erase something that has its own orbit. It's working, Elena gasped, but she was clutching her head. The pressure was immense. To hold the weight of the deep while maintaining the form of the light was like trying to hold a star in a silk handkerchief. The house groaned. The violet trees outside bent under the sudden increase in gravity. The gray wall of the static retreated, pushed back by the sheer ontological mass of our presence. For a moment, we were a fortress. But then the tremor returned. It wasn't the earth this time. It wasn't the deep. It was the architect. The sky, the gray, static sky, didn't break. It folded. Like a piece of paper being creased by an invisible hand, the horizon bent upward. The geometry of the great interior began to collapse toward a central point. The architect wasn't fighting us with the static anymore. He was simply closing the book. He's folding the map, I said, the violet light in my chest flickering wildly. He's going to crush the pocket. Where is he? Elena demanded, her voice distorted by the pressure. If he's an architect, he has to have a drawing board. He has to be somewhere. He's everywhere, the boy's voice returned, though he was nowhere to be seen. It was a ghost echo trapped in the walls. He's the space between the thoughts. He's the silence between the clicks of the knitting needles. You're trying to fight the air, Silas. I'm not fighting the air, I growled. I grabbed Elena's hand and pulled her toward the door. Mrs. Miller, come with us. No, dear, the old woman said, her needles finally stopping. She looked at her knitting, a long violet shroud that seemed to go on forever. Someone has to stay and keep the gravity set. Someone has to be the anchor. I've spent 40 years in this house waiting for my husband to come home. I can spend another eternity making sure you two find the way out. There is no out, I shouted over the sound of the world folding. There is a through, she said, her eyes turning into brilliant, blinding novas of indigo. Go to the center of the fold. Go to the point where the paper creases. That's where the architect's hand is. Bite it. The house exploded, not into splinters, but into a kaleidoscope of memories. The kitchen table, the tea, the violet trees, all of it shattered into a million sparkling fragments of data. Elena and I were flung into the indigo void, tumbling through a landscape that was rapidly losing its dimensions. The world was becoming a line, a single, infinite line of gray and violet. We were being squeezed. The pressure was no longer the comforting weight of the deep. It was the clinical, merciless pressure of a trash compactor. My bones felt like they were being turned into glass. Elena was screaming, but the sound was being stretched into a single, high-pitched note that lasted for miles. In the distance, at the end of the line, I saw it. It wasn't a man. It wasn't a god. It was a compass. A pair of silver dividers, miles high, standing at the center of the folding universe. The points were anchored in the void, and as they rotated, they drew the circle that defined what was real and what was not. The static was the ink. The great interior was the parchment. And we were the smudge. The compass, I yelled, though I had no mouth. We have to break the pivot. We were accelerating toward the silver points. The air, if you could call the vibrating violet static air, was screaming as it was forced through the narrowing gap of the fold. The violet seed in my chest was no longer a spark. It was a sun, bloated and white-hot, protesting the compression. As we drew closer, I saw that the compass wasn't made of metal. It was made of pure, frozen logic. It was the if-then of the cosmos, the cold, unyielding rules that said light must cast a shadow and that nothing can come from nothing. I was the nothing that had become something. I was the glitch in the logic. Elena, the graft, give me everything. I felt her mind merge with mine. It wasn't a romantic union, it was a collision. I saw her childhood, her fear of the dark, her secret hope that the stars were actually eyes watching over her. I took it all. I took the grief of Mrs. Miller, the music of the mail carrier, the terror of the boy in the yellow raincoat. I took every scrap of why I had gathered from the archive, and I forged it into a single, jagged spike of irrationality. We hit the pivot of the compass not as people, but as a contradiction. The sound was the end of music. It was the sound of a rule being broken. The silver dividers didn't snap, they vibrated. The logic of the architect met the paradox of the grain, and for a billionth of a second, the universe hesitated. The fold stopped. The line widened. In that hesitation, I saw him. A figure stood at the top of the compass, looking down at us. He was wearing a suit of gray static, and his face was a blank white screen. He wasn't angry. He was surprised. He reached down with a hand that was made of the same silver logic as the compass, his fingers stretching out to pluck us like thorns from a wound. You, he whispered, and the word was a command for us to cease existing. Me, I replied, and the word was a refusal. I didn't strike at him. I didn't have the strength. Instead, I did the only thing a tenant can do to an architect who won't listen. I set fire to the blueprints. I released the violet seed. I didn't bloom it, I detonated it. The resulting explosion wasn't made of heat, it was made of meaning. It was a burst of pure, unadulterated is. For a single, blinding moment, the gray static was overwritten by a billion different colors, a billion different smells, a billion different ways to feel the cold. The logic of the compass was drowned in the chaotic, beautiful mess of a reality that refused to be measured. The architect's hand dissolved. The silver dividers shattered into a cloud of mathematical equations that drifted away like autumn leaves. The fold snapped back. Zelina and I were thrown backward, falling through a sky that was no longer gray, but a bruised, stormy purple. We were falling through the clouds of the great interior, passing through the layers of the world like stones through water. We hit the ground. I opened my eyes. I was lying in the dirt. The The smell of damp earth and old rot was the most beautiful thing I had ever encountered. I sat up, my body aching with 1,000 new bruises. We were in the basement. The Miller house was still there above us. I could hear the floorboards creaking, but it was different. The silence was gone. I could hear the wind outside. I could hear the distant sound of a car engine. Elena, I croaked. She was lying a few feet away, her yellow coat torn and stained with black oil. She rolled over, coughing up a cloud of faint, violet vapor. She looked at me, and her eyes were human again, but there was a spark of indigo deep in the pupils that would never go away. Did we win? She asked, her voice trembling. I looked at my hands. They were solid, but when I closed my eyes, I could still feel the graft. I could still feel Arthur and the children and Mrs. Miller. They were still there, tucked away in the folds of the new world we had forced into existence. We didn't win, I said, helping her to her feet. We just moved the borders. The architect is still out there. The static is still out there, but they don't own the dark anymore. We climbed out of the crawl space and walked into the kitchen. Mrs. Miller was sitting in her recliner. The television was off. She was looking out the window at the sky. It wasn't blue and it wasn't gray. It was a deep, swirling violet, filled with stars that didn't look like points of light, but like holes in the velvet of the night. The tea is cold, she said softly. It's okay, Mrs. Miller, I said, placing a hand on her shoulder. Her skin felt like warm paper. We're going to build a new pot. I walked to the front door and opened it. The ridge was gone. In its place was a landscape that defied description, a forest of memories, a river of dreams, and a horizon that curved upward into a sky that was alive with the fire that wouldn't cast light. People were stepping out of their houses. They were looking at their hands, at the sky, at each other. They were glowing. Some were terrified, some were weeping, but all of them were there. The great interior was no longer a secret. It was the world. What now? Elena asked, standing beside me on the porch. I looked at the violet sun rising over the jagged geometry of the new horizon. Now, I said, we see if we're any better at being gods than he was. As we watched, a single silver needle fell from the sky and buried itself in the dirt of the front yard. It was a shard of the compass. The architect was gone, but he had left his tools behind. And I knew, with a sinking feeling in my gut, that part 15 was going to be about the one thing more dangerous than a dying world. A world that was just beginning to learn how to scream. The silver needle didn't just sit in the dirt, it hummed. It was a high crystalline frequency that set my teeth on edge and made the violet light in my marrow shiver. It was a tuning fork for a reality that hadn't yet decided on its own laws. I looked at Elena, and I saw the same vibration reflected in the way her shadow stretched and retracted against the porch steps, independent of any light source. We were no longer victims of the architect's geometry, but we were also no longer entirely human. We were the anchors of a makeshift world, and the weight of that responsibility began to settle into my chest like wet cement. Don't touch it, Elena whispered, her eyes fixed on the shard. It looks like it's waiting for something. It's waiting for a hand, I said. I could feel the pull of it. It wasn't the seductive lure of power I'd felt in the archive. It was a mechanical, cold attraction. The needle was a piece of the fundamental how of the universe, and it was looking for a who to wield it. I stepped off the porch. The grass beneath my boots didn't crunch, it sighed. Each blade was a thin filament of memory, a reconstructed thought of greenness. As I approached the needle, the air grew dense, the violet sky thickening into a soup of indigo clouds that swirled in a slow, hypnotic drain toward the point where the silver pierced the earth. I reached out, my fingers trembling. My skin was translucent now, the grain pulsing beneath the surface like a map of a city made of lightning. Sela's stop, Elena called out, her voice catching. We just got out. We just broke the compass. Why are you reaching for the splinters? Because the static hasn't gone away, Elena. Look. I pointed toward the horizon, where the jagged violet trees met the sky. The gray wasn't a wall anymore. It was a tide. It was flowing into the low places of the new landscape, pooling in the valleys and wrapping around the bases of the memory houses. It was patient. The architect was gone, or at least his physical manifestation was shattered, but his intent remained. The universe abhorred a vacuum, and our new, beautiful, messy reality was a giant hole that the nothing was desperate to fill. We need to define the borders, I said, my hand closing around the cool, vibrating silver. The moment my skin touched the shard, the world vanished. I wasn't in the ridge anymore. I wasn't in the great interior. I was standing in a white room that stretched into infinity in every direction. There were no shadows. There was no sound. There was only a desk, and sitting behind it was a man who looked exactly like me, except his eyes were the color of a television tuned to a dead channel. You broke the dividers, the other Selas said. His voice didn't come from his mouth. It was a thought that appeared in my head, fully formed and heavy. Do you have any idea how hard it is to maintain a curve without a pivot? The curve was a cage, I said, stepping toward him. My feet made no sound on the white floor. We were being deleted. You were turning people into data points. I was saving them from the entropy, he replied, leaning back. He picked up a silver pen and began to tap it against the desk. The sound was the heartbeat of the world I had just left. Click, click, click. The universe is a leaking bucket, Selas. The static is the natural state of things. I built the archive to preserve the best parts before the leak emptied the vessel. I built the ridge as a waiting room. You didn't liberate them. You just threw them back into the storm without a coat. We have the grain, I countered. We have the fire. The other Selas laughed, a dry, papery sound. The fire that wouldn't cast light. Do you know why it doesn't cast light? Because it doesn't interact with anything. It's a closed loop. It's a dream that refuses to wake up. You've turned the world into a collective hallucination, and eventually the dreamer always dies. He stood up, and as he did, the white room began to bleed. Gray static started to seep from the corners, crawling across the floor like a slow-motion explosion. The needle you're holding is a revision tool, he said, his face flickering, momentarily becoming the face of the boy in the yellow raincoat, then Mrs. Miller, then a screaming void. You can use it to draw the walls back up. You can be the new architect. You can fix the leak, but you have to give up the fire. You have to make the world gray again. It's the only way to make it solid. No, I said, gripping the needle tighter. It began to heat up, the silver turning a dull, angry red. There has to be another way, a way where the light stays, a way where the memories aren't just ghosts. Then you'll watch it all dissolve, the architect Selas said, his form beginning to blur into the static. The people you saved, they'll become the noise. Your friend Elena, she'll be the first to go. Her graft is unstable. She's too bright, Selas. She's burning through her own existence. The white room shattered. I was back in the yard, gasping for air. The needle was glowing a fierce, blinding violet in my hand. I dropped it, and it hissed as it hit the dirt, sinking deeper into the ground. Alina was there, catching me as I stumbled. Her skin was flickering, not with the steady pulse of the grain, but with a frantic, irregular strobe. She looked pale, her edges softening into the air around her. Silas, she whispered, and her voice sounded like it was coming from a long way off. I feel thin. The architect hadn't lied. The fire was consuming its fuel. We were the fuel. I saw him, I said, clutching her shoulders. Her coat felt like it was made of cobwebs. He said the world isn't solid. He said we're dissolving. I know, she said, a small, sad smile touching her lips. I can feel the why leaking out of me. It's not so bad, really. It feels like falling asleep in the sun. I won't let you, I growled. I looked at the needle, then at the houses where the others were emerging. Arthur was standing on his porch, his violet radio clutched to his chest, but his legs were already becoming translucent, the gray fog of the street visible through his shins. The children in the storm cellar were becoming whispers. I realized then what the fire really was. It wasn't just a power source. It was a protest. It was the refusal to be forgotten. But a protest needs a witness, and if we all became the fire, there would be no one left to see the light. I looked at the needle again, the revision tool. He said I could fix the leak, I muttered, but I have to give up the fire. Don't, Alina said, her hand on mine. Her touch was barely a ghost of a sensation. If you make it gray again, we're just back in the cage. I'd rather vanish in the violet than live in the gray. There's a middle ground, I said, a desperate idea forming in the back of my mind, a glitch in the logic that even the architect hadn't considered. The archive wasn't just a storage unit, it was a filter. It took the raw data of the world and stripped away the feeling, leaving only the facts. That's why the static is so hungry. It's the feeling that was discarded, the why that was thrown away. I knelt down and grabbed the needle again. The heat was agonizing, searing into my palm, but I didn't let go. I forced the grain in my blood to flow into the silver. I didn't try to draw a wall. I didn't try to build a cage. I began to write. Not words, but sensations. I pushed the memory of the July afternoon tea into the needle. I pushed the smell of the rusted lawnmower, the sound of Mrs. Miller's knitting needles, the weight of the black oil in the deep, and the terrifying beauty of the violet forest. I took the jagged neon white of Alina's trauma and the cold, analytical probe of the static, and I wove them together. I wasn't revising the world, I was grounding it. I hammered the needle into the earth with the heel of my hand, driving it all the way down until it struck the foundation of the great interior, the obsidian floorboards of the universe. By the power of the graft, I screamed, the violet light erupting from my eyes and mouth. I command the static to remember. The effect was instantaneous. A shockwave of color rippled out from the needle, a ring of absolute reality that tore through the gray fog. But it didn't push the static away. It absorbed it. The gray noise hit the ring of violet and turned into something else, something heavy and textured. The gray didn't vanish. It became the stone. It became the bark of the trees. It became the cold, hard weight of the soil. The violet light didn't stay a ghostly glow. It retreated into the center of things. It became the sap in the trees, the blood in our veins, the spark of consciousness behind the eyes. The world stopped flickering. Alina gasped, her form suddenly snapping into sharp focus. She wasn't glowing anymore, but when she breathed, a faint violet mist escaped her lips. She looked down at her hands. They were solid. They were tanned. They had dirt under the fingernails. Silas, she asked, her voice rich and resonant. I looked around. The ridge was gone, replaced by a town that looked like it had been grown rather than built. The houses were made of a dark, iridescent wood that shimmered with hidden depths. The sky was a deep, twilight indigo, but it wasn't empty. It was filled with clouds that moved with a slow, deliberate grace, and the stars were steady, ancient, and real. The static was gone. In its place was a world that had a shadow. I looked at my own hand. The needle had left a scar in my palm, a silver line that glowed with a faint, internal light. I was no longer a god, and I was no longer a ghost. I was a tenant again, but the landlord was gone, and the lease was written in my own blood. "It's heavy," Elena said, taking a step. "The air, it has weight." "That's because it's true," I said, feeling the exhaustion finally hit me. My muscles ached. My head throbbed. It was wonderful. It's not a dream anymore. It's a history. We walked back toward the Miller house. Mrs. Miller was standing on the porch, her knitting in her hands. She looked younger, the lines of grief on her face softened by the new light. She looked at the violet-tinged world and nodded once, a sharp, decisive movement. "The draft is gone," she said. "The corners have set." "For now," I cautioned. I looked toward the horizon. The world was small, maybe only a few miles in every direction. Beyond the border of the new forest, the indigo sky met a wall of absolute black. We hadn't saved the universe. We had just carved out a new room in the ruins of the old one. But as I watched, a light flickered in the blackness far away, then another. The other basements, the other seeds. They were waking up in the dark, and they were looking for a way to the fire. I realized then that the architect hadn't been the enemy. He had been a precursor. He had built the foundation, but he had been too afraid of the mess to finish the house. He wanted a world that was perfect and dead. We had built a world that was broken and alive. "We have work to do," I said, looking at the silver scar in my hand. The fire that wouldn't cast light had finally found something to burn. It was burning us, and in the heat of that combustion, we were finally, for the first time in the history of the universe, becoming real. The night was still very, very long, but for the first time, I wasn't afraid of what was hiding in the dark. I was the dark, and I was beautiful. In the distance, the first scream of the new world echoed across the violet hills. It wasn't a scream of pain. It was the first cry of a newborn, terrified and hungry, and full of a terrible, magnificent potential. The static was over. The story was beginning. The sound of that first cry didn't travel through the air so much as it rippled through the fabric of the ground itself. It was a jagged, tectonic sound, the noise of reality settling into its new grooves. Elena gripped my arm, her fingers sinking into my sleeve with a strength that was startlingly physical. For a moment, we both held our breath, waiting for the sky to crack or the violet earth to dissolve back into the gray static of the archive. But the horizon held. The dark, iridescent trees swayed in a wind that smelled of ozone and wet cedar, and the silver needle buried in the yard remained silent, a dormant anchor in the heart of the new world. "That wasn't a person," Elena whispered, her eyes searching the shadows of the shifting forest. "That was the world. It sounded like it was waking up from a nightmare." "Or starting one," I said, though I didn't feel the old dread. The fear was there, but it was a heavy, grounded fear, the kind you feel before a storm, not the hollow terror of being erased. I looked down at my hands. The silver scar in my palm pulsed with a soft, rhythmic light, timed to the beating of my heart. I could feel the connection to the needle, a thin filament of intent that stretched from my marrow into the bedrock of this place. I wasn't just standing on the world, I was plugged into it. Mrs. Miller stepped off the porch, her knitting needles tucked into her apron. She walked with a newfound fluidity, her movements stripped of the brittle hesitation that had defined her in the ridge. She stopped at the edge of the yard, where the grass transitioned from the familiar shape of a lawn into the translucent, feathered fronds of the memory forest. She reached out and touched a leaf that looked like it was spun from violet glass. It didn't break. It bent, then sprang back, emitting a low, melodic chime. "It's hungry," she said, not looking at us. "The soil. It's not enough just to be here, Silas. A world needs a purpose. It needs a direction, or it will start eating itself to fill the gaps." I gave it the memories, I said, stepping toward her. I gave it the fire. Is that not enough? "Memories are just echoes," she replied, finally turning to face me. Her eyes were deep pools of indigo, reflecting the swirling clouds above. "A house isn't built of echoes, it's built of labor. You've given this place a soul, but you haven't given it a body that knows how to grow. Look at the children." I turned toward the storm cellar. The door was hanging open, the wood stained with the black oil of the transition. The children were climbing out one by one. They didn't look like the pale, flickering ghosts I had seen in the basement. They were solid, their skin the color of burnished copper under the violet sky, but they weren't playing. They were standing in a circle, their heads tilted back, watching the silver streaks in the sky with a terrifying, vacant intensity. They weren't looking at the stars. They were listening to the static that still hummed at the very edge of the universe. "They're waiting for instructions," Elena said, her voice trembling. "Silas, they don't know how to be human in a world like this. None of us do." She was right. The architect had provided the script, however cruel it was. He had given us the roles of the saved and the deleted. Now, the stage was ours, but the pages were blank, and the ink was still wet. I felt a sudden, sharp tug at the scar in my palm. It wasn't a call from the needle, it was a pull from the horizon. Far beyond the trees, where the violet light met the absolute black, something was moving. It wasn't the architect. It wasn't the boy in the yellow raincoat. It was a massive, slow-moving shape that blotted out the distant stars, a mountain that walked, or perhaps a thought that had taken on too much mass. "The graft," I muttered, the realization hitting me like a physical blow. The things we left behind in the great interior, they didn't just vanish when we moved the borders. They came with us. I remembered the faces in the walls of the archive. I remembered the children tucked into the folds of the gray, and the fragmented consciousness of Arthur's radio. We hadn't just saved the people. We had dragged the entire wreckage of the old world's subconscious into the light. And in a world where thought was the primary architect of form, those fragments were beginning to coalesce. "We have to go to the border," I said, looking at Elena. "We just got here," she protested, her hand going to the torn yellow fabric of her coat. "We're exhausted, Silas. We're bleeding. We can't go back into the dark." "We aren't going back into the dark. The dark is coming here. If we don't define what those shapes are, they'll define themselves, and they'll be hungry." I started walking toward the forest, the silver light in my hand acting as a compass. Every step felt like wading through thick honey. The physics of this place were still settling. Sometimes the ground felt miles away, and sometimes it felt like it was rising up to meet my feet. The trees whispered as we passed, voices I recognized from the ridge-old neighbors, fragments of conversations about the weather or the price of milk, all woven into the bark and the leaves. It was a living library of the mundane, a monument to the life the architect had tried to sanitize. Elena followed me, her presence a steady, warm weight at my back. She didn't speak, but I could hear her breathing. a sound that was more precious to me than the singing trees. We were the only two who had seen the archive from the inside and survived. We were the only ones who knew that the violet light wasn't a gift, it was a debt. As we reached the edge of the forest, the air grew cold. The violet glow of the sky dimmed, replaced by a flickering, sickly gray light that seemed to leak from the earth. The grass here was dead, turned into ash that swirled around our boots. This was the fringe, the place where my revision had run out of energy. And there, standing in the middle of a clearing of ash, was the boy in the yellow raincoat. He wasn't a boy anymore. His form was stretched, his limbs long and spindly like the legs of a spider. His face was a smooth, featureless mask of yellow vinyl, save for two jagged holes where his eyes should have been. Behind those holes, I didn't see the indigo fire. I saw the static. "You didn't kill him," Elena whispered, stepping behind me. "You just gave him a bigger cage." "I didn't try to kill him," I said, my voice sounding hollow in the cold air. "He's a part of the system. You can't kill a function." The yellow boy tilted his head, a sickeningly fluid motion that made his neck crack like dry wood. He raised a hand, a long, multi-jointed thing that ended in needles instead of fingers, and pointed toward the black wall of the horizon. "The archive is leaking," a voice said. It wasn't the boy's voice. It was a composite of 1,000 voices, a choir of the deleted. "The data is corrupt. The fire is an infection. You have introduced noise into the silence, Silas. You have made the void scream." The void was already screaming. I shouted back. "You just weren't listening because you were too busy filing the screams into categories." The boy took a step forward and the ground groaned. "There is no category for this. This world is a fever. It will burn itself out, and then there will be nothing left but the ash, unless you return the needle, unless you let the gray back in." "I'm not giving it back," I said, raising my hand. The silver scar flared, casting a harsh white light that made the boy flinch. "I'm going to use it to build a gate. I'm going to let the others in. All the people trapped in the other basements, all the memories you tried to delete. We're going to fill this place until there's no room left for the static." The yellow boy let out a sound that was half laugh, half glitch. "And who will feed them? Who will hold the sky up when the weight of all that sorrow becomes too much for your little spark? You are one man, Silas, one graft. You are trying to hold back the ocean with a thimble." "I'm not alone," I said. I felt a hand on my shoulder, then another. I didn't have to turn around to know that Mrs. Miller was there. Arthur was there, his radio now playing a clear, haunting melody that sounded like a lullaby. The children were there, their eyes no longer vacant, but burning with a fierce, protective indigo. They weren't just standing with me, they were feeding me. I could feel their presence through the needle, a network of souls that acted as a lightning rod for the fire. The architect had seen people as data points to be stored. I saw them as pillars. "The world isn't a bucket," I said to the yellow boy. "It's a fire. It doesn't empty, it spreads." I plunged my hand into the ash at my feet. The silver needle, miles away in the yard, responded. A pillar of violet light erupted from the ground between me and the creature, a wall of pure, solidified intent. It wasn't a cage, it was a mirror. The yellow boy looked into the light, and for the first time, his vinyl mask seemed to tremble. He saw himself, not as a guardian of the archive, but as the discarded child he had once been, the first piece of data that the architect had found too messy to keep. He saw the yellow raincoat not as a uniform, but as a shroud. He let out a long, shuddering breath of gray vapor, and then he began to dissolve, not into static, but into salt. He crumbled into a white powder that the violet wind caught and carried away, scattering him into the forest. The gray light at the fringe vanished. The violet sky rushed in to fill the space, and for a moment the horizon pushed back the blackness by another few miles. I fell to my knees, the strength leaving me all at once. My hand was charred, the silver scar now a deep, permanent brand. Elena was at my side in an instant, her hands cool on my face. "Is he gone?" she asked. "No," I coughed, tasting copper and ozone. "He's just distributed. He's part of the soil now. He's part of the why." I looked back at the town, our town. It was small, a flickering island in an infinite sea of nothingness. But it was growing. I could see the lights of other houses appearing in the distance, other pockets of reality being claimed by those who had felt the shockwave of our revision. The architect was gone, but the tools he had left behind were dangerous. The needle was still there, humming in the dirt, waiting for someone with a weaker heart or a darker mind to try and draw the walls again. We had won a reprieve, not a victory. "What now?" Elena asked, the same question she had asked on the porch. I looked at her, and in her eyes I saw the future. It wasn't a perfect future. There would be hunger, there would be storms, there would be new monsters born from the marriage of the fire and the static. We would have to learn how to farm memories and how to harvest the light. We would have to be the gods of a world that was constantly trying to forget itself. "Now," I said, leaning on her as I stood up, "we go back to the house. We make a new